Muy buenos días, muy feliz viernes para todos ustedes. Espero estén teniendo un absolutamente tremendo día, una excelente mañana si es que están viendo usted en la mañana. Si lo estás viendo en la tarde, qué huevón eres, Carlitos. Por favor, ponte a chambear. Bienvenidos al casino del tío Salo. Saben perfectamente por lo que estamos acá. Venimos a extraer la mayor cantidad de dinero de este mercado con el buen Alex, con el buen Farhan. Pero antes de hacerlo, siempre les tengo que tirar un buen choro. Se preguntan todos, ¿pero por qué, Alejandro? No sé, no sé qué decirles. Hago esto, hago muchas cosas que no entiendo, ¿no? Oigan, vamos a platicar de algo que tenemos que prepararnos porque todo, vean, en lo que todo el mundo está disfrutando del CEO que estaba en el concierto de Coldplay, abrazando a esta vieja y después los cacha la cámara y viene toda la pena y todo esto, en lo que todo el mundo está hablando de eso, el sistema financiero de Estados Unidos, lo que es el sistema financiero global, acaba de cambiar para siempre. Y no he visto a nadie platicar de esto. Todo el mundo está muy contentito acá, que, oh, es que sí, güey. Imagínate que estés en un concierto y te hagan eso. ¿Por qué creen que estamos escuchando tantas pendejadas y la lista de Epstein? Esto literalmente es el cambio más grande que hemos visto en la banca desde que se creó el SWIFT. Y nadie está hablando de ello. Nadie. Lo padre de esto es que no nada más viene un cambio de sistema monetario, también vienen oportunidades para hacer dinero con ello. Y es obviamente lo que vamos a platicar. Ya saben que no solamente hablamos de pacadas, aquí hablamos de cosas que podemos tomar acciones con. Y ahora, vamos a empezar con esto, damas y caballeros. Permítanme mostrarles, compartir mi pantalla con ustedes, esta belleza, esta hermosa mañana de viernes. ¿No? ¿Dónde tengo esto? Window, aquí lo tenemos. Damas y caballeros, hemos llegado. Oficialmente hemos llegado. Vamos a ver cómo se ve esto. Mm, Esto. Ok. Hemos llegado. Estamos acá y obviamente esto tiene que ver con cripto por el momento, que todo el mundo está muy emocionado y cree que esto tiene que ver con comprar Bitcoin y comprar Ethereum y reservas y todo eso. No. Damas y caballeros, el Clarity Act, el Genius Act y el Anti-CBDC Surveillance Act acaban de pasar. Y todo el mundo va a decir, güey, ¿pero qué son estas cosas? Ahí les va. El primero, Clarity Act, es el acto de la claridad, ¿ok? El acto de la claridad lo que hace es dar la jurisdicción apropiada a cada entidad de gobierno para cuidar ciertos aspectos de cripto. ¿Eso qué quiere decir en palabras estúpidas? Que literalmente ya saben quién está a cargo de cuidar transacciones de Bitcoin y quién está a cargo de cuidar transacciones que tengan que ver con staking y con otras cosas, ¿no? Eso es básicamente el Clarity Act, donde ya literalmente está el framework del que siempre se habló. Es que no nos dan las reglas. Aquí están las reglas del juego puestas. Luego tenemos el Genius Act, que efectivamente es la cosa más genia de todo el planeta. Y lo chistoso es cómo usan los nombres. Se están burlando de nosotros y somos unos imbéciles por no entenderlo, ¿ok? Porque el Genius Act, el acto de los genios, que va a permitir que bancos y las empresas más grandes de Estados Unidos puedan emitir monedas estables. Y ahora todo el mundo va a decir, eso quiere decir más inflación, van a imprimir más monedas de la nada, se las van a sacar del culo. No, porque en el Genius Act también establece que todos estos dólares que van a tener que emitir uno a uno van a tener que tener colateral antes para poder emitirlos. No es como la Reserva Federal o no es como un banco. Un banco puede imprimir dinero de la nada, no mucha gente entiende eso, pero cuando vas a pedir una hipoteca, el banco no tiene los $700,000 que te va a prestar ahí de la nada. Literalmente escribe, los agrega a la pantalla y después habla con los bancos más grandes, entrando ya a los bancos centrales y hacen sus balanzas. Así es, técnicamente, en una manera muy estúpida de verlo, me salté 30,000 pasos para entender cómo se hace el dinero. Esto no es creación de dinero de la nada, esto es literalmente una inversión. Y esto es lo que nadie entiende. Aquí hay dos cosas que nos están metiendo el nepe con. No, en realidad no, pero sí. Una, todo el mundo, el problema más grande en este planeta hoy, el día de hoy, es la deuda de Estados Unidos. ¿Quién va a comprar la deuda de Estados Unidos, Alejandro? Que no sabemos todas las cosas que han estado pasando. Nadie la va a comprar. Y todo el mundo está llorando de que, ¿qué vamos a hacer? Esto es la cosa más loca del mundo, por cierto, porque esto ya pasó. Y la gente sigue llorando de eso, ¿ok? Y ahora, ¿quién va a comprar la deuda de Estados Unidos? Estados Unidos. Y normalmente en el pasado vimos un ejemplo de esto y ese es Japón. Japón, y es diferente. Japón lo que hizo fue, se empezó a endeudar, 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 y ellos compraron su propia deuda y crearon el déficit más tremendo que te puedas imaginar, ¿no? Pero ellos siempre tienen su propio control de deuda, su control de cuánto están los tipos, todo esto. Y obviamente últimamente ha estado como reventando. Es lo que hemos estado viendo, que el yen está jugando este jueguito estúpido de que se va a ir para arriba y no. Si el yen se vuelve a reventar para arriba, ese es un problema para Japón muy grande. Digo, el dólar en contra del yen para arriba, ese es un problema para Japón muy, muy grande. Y este problema que ha tenido Japón, pues es resuelto con el Banco Central comprando toda la deuda que están emitiendo. Punto. El problema de eso es que obviamente creas devaluación del dinero a través del tiempo, etcétera, pero a cierto punto el hecho de que tú estés comprando toda tu deuda y que nadie más la quiera hace que valgan todos tus colaterales valgan menos, 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 tu dinero vale menos. En Estados Unidos sabemos que tenemos un problema de deuda. Todo el mundo habla de los 37 trillones de dólares, pero nadie habla del problema en sí. El problema en sí es que todo el mundo tiene una narrativa buenísima en estos momentos, que es el mundo está desdolarizándose, no quieren nada que ver con esto, ya no quieren Estados Unidos, están comprando oro. ¿Quién va a comprar la deuda de Estados Unidos? Y luego sale Ray Dalio, les voy a decir algo. Salió hoy en la mañana, ahorita, ahí está Ray Dalio, tenemos todos los elementos importantes. Pero entonces, Alejandro, contéstame. Si ahora todos los bancos centrales como China, Rusia, India, quien sea, están comprando oro, todos están comprando oro y están dejando de comprar bonos del Tesoro de Estados Unidos, ¿qué vamos a hacer? ¿Lo mismo que Japón? ¿Hacer que la Reserva Federal compre nuestros bonos? No. La Reserva Federal no tiene que comprar nuestros bonos, le vamos a dar ese gran premio a nuestras empresas. Y simplemente esto está basado en el modelo de negocio de Tether. Tether, la moneda estable USDT, tiene este modelo donde ellos, por cada dólar que están emitiendo, tienen colateral de deuda de Estados Unidos. Eso quiere decir que ellos compran deuda. Ponte tú, este mes, vamos a empezar este mes en julio, agosto. En agosto tenemos que comprar, estamos estimando que más o menos 10,000 millones de dólares vayan a entrar y tengamos que emitir nosotros. Eso quiere decir que voy a ir a comprar ahorita por adelantado 10,000 millones de dólares en deuda. Esos 10,000 millones de dólares en deuda que estoy comprando por adelantado pagan intereses. Eso es obvio, la deuda paga intereses, ¿no? Estás comprando un cupón que te está dando un retorno del 5% más o menos. Vamos a ponerlo en 5% para hacer las cosas fáciles. Entonces, tú vas, compras tus cupones que te pagan 5% y luego viene agosto. Y en agosto efectivamente vendes o sí vendes a la gente que viene y quiere, dice, güey, yo quiero entrar a Tether, voy a comprarme y ponen sus dólares reales. Esos dólares reales que le depositas a Tether cuando se los mandas para comprarlos, Tether se los queda. Y con eso, Tether paga todos los 10,000 millones de dólares que fue a comprar y ahora ellos se quedan con el dinero que se genera de ese cupón. Ese cupón que te está pagando ese 5% es gratis. El usuario se lo compró a Tether, literalmente. Y a Tether tiene un costo nominal porque ¿cuánto cuesta crear una moneda estable? Nada, literalmente nada. Estás hablando de centavo sobre centavo sobre centavo. Entonces, es negociazo para Tether. Es uno de los negocios más ¿cómo se dice? Que tienen más beneficios con la menor cantidad de gente posible. Es redituable a madre. Y ese modelo ahora entra en nuestros bancos. Nuestros bancos van a tener la habilidad, como JP Morgan Chase, de sacar su moneda estable, JPMD, ¿no? JP Morgan Chase Dollar. Y el banco va a sacar su moneda estable y van a comprar tesorería en estos momentos que está alta. En lo que le están diciendo a todo el mundo, no compres tesorerías, todos los intereses van a subir más. Los bancos se están cargando de esto. Y ahora, los bancos en sí, en Estados Unidos, solamente los bancos, tienen 18 trillones de dólares en depósito. Eso quiere decir que si hay 18 trillones de dólares flotando en esta deuda, los bancos la van a absorber a través del tiempo mientras más y más gente esté usando su producto digital. ¿Ok? Y ahora dirán, pero Alejandro, el total de la deuda en Estados Unidos son 37 trillones, brother. No es lo mismo. Ok. También Meta, Amazon, Google y todas las empresas más grandes de Estados Unidos tienen permiso de emitir sus monedas estables. Y ellos, al emitir sus monedas estables, lo que están generando son transaccionales. Transacción. Amazon mueve alrededor de 380 mil millones de dólares al año. Imagínate todo eso en digital y la gente lo va a adoptar. ¿Por qué? Porque va a salirte más barato todo, porque si estás usando blockchain para comprar cosas, va a haber un descuento porque tienes menos fees. Es bastante sencillo de entender. Ahora, ¿qué quiere decir esto? Los bancos, nosotros vamos a comprar su tesorería para que ellos hagan el 5% y ellos se metan esa lana y nosotros no. Las empresas, lo mismo, ellos van a comprar sus cupones que le pagan su 5% y nosotros se los vamos a pagar. Y eso, damas y caballeros, es lo que va a traer toda esta liquidez. Y ahora, mucha gente no comprende que esa no es la liquidez total del mercado. A través del tiempo, la gente va a vender y comprar casas. Y eso a cierto punto también va a ser digitalizado. El mercado de bienes raíces en Estados Unidos es equivalente a 50 trillones de dólares. También la bolsa, recuerden, Robinhood tiene el proyecto donde están tokenizando todas las acciones. Bien, en este proyecto donde están tokenizando todas las acciones, Robinhood tiene un flow, un net flow de 50 mil millones de dólares, solamente ellos. La bolsa como tal en Estados Unidos, solamente en Estados Unidos, tiene un valor de 50 trillones de dólares. Cuando empiezas a juntar esto, te das cuenta que literalmente acaban de resolver el problema de deuda de Estados Unidos, entrando en un nuevo paradigma de que efectivamente Estados Unidos va a comprar su deuda, pero no lo van a hacer ellos mismos a través de su banco central, lo van a hacer a través de sus bancos, a través de sus empresas. Ellos van a recibir los beneficios, los bancos, las empresas, y nosotros vamos a pagar para que ellos compren estos bonos después. Es la jugada más crack del mundo, ¿ok? Y ahora, lo más genio del acto genio, del Genius Act, no es solamente eliminar el problema de deuda, hacer que los bancos se carguen, hacer que las empresas de Estados Unidos más grandes se carguen. No, 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 eso no es. Es el hecho de que hayan creado CBDCs. Y ahorita vamos a entrar al siguiente, ¿ok? Literalmente estas monedas estables son CBDCs. La única diferencia entre una CBDC y una moneda estable es el emisor. Son semánticas. Son semánticas. Y esto es lo chistoso. El emisor en una CBDC, y esto aparte prueba que el Banco Central Europeo son títeres de Estados Unidos porque les están haciendo así enfrente de todos, espantándolos y estamos usándolo para mensajear esto y en Estados Unidos también. Y antes de cerrar la explicación exactamente de esto, la tercera parte de esto, el tercer acto que pasó fue el anti-CBDC, que es como, y este acto se llama el acto de no espiar a la gente y no CBDCs. O sea, literalmente en el acto te dicen, esto es para que las CBDCs no espíen a la gente, ¿no? Porque esas CBDCs son el demonio. Es lo más chistoso de todo. Las monedas estables son CBDCs. Y la gente, si no me creen, la gente tiene un gran problema pudiendo entender esto. Pero un gran problema, algo que nunca me hubiera imaginado. Denme un segundo, ¿qué estoy haciendo acá? Ahí está, ok. Me comparto. Es que me cambiaron todos los iconos acá, estos hijos de puta. Está cabrón. Ok. Bla, bla, bla. La casa finalmente pasa el anti-CBDC, bla, bla, bla. Y acá pongo anti-CBDC, pero pro stablecoins. Qué estúpidos somos, ¿no? Muchísimo. La gente abajo no tienes idea de lo que estás hablando y no sabes para qué son las stablecoins. Nah. Este güey, no sabes nada de lo que estás hablando, ni siquiera tantito. Eres un pendejo que no ha buscado nada, un idiota, solamente hablando sin saber nada, intentando sentirte inteligente. ¿Por qué no solamente te callas y vas a aprender algo? Carajo, ¿de dónde vienes? ¿No? Es lo que pone este tío. Pero muy divertido, muy divertido. Aquí hay un cabrón que está compartiendo, Sebastian Rey, y pone, sí, la gente no se está dando cuenta que las monedas estables pueden ser exactamente utilizadas como las CBDCs. Es literalmente solamente un juego de semánticas. Como el gobierno nos está, bla, 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 y aquí abajo pone todas las cosas para la referencia, porque la gente también le está diciendo, no sabes de lo que estás hablando, porque yo no aprendí nada y soy un imbécil. Entonces, stablecoins issuers in the US must comply with all government requests. Eso quiere decir que todos los emisores de monedas estables, seas Amazon, seas un banco, seas Tether, quien sea, tienes que poder cumplir con todos los requerimientos del gobierno. Si el gobierno dice, cabrones, mañana cerramos tu pedo, se cierra tu pedo. Si mañana, si digamos que alguien está lavando dinero, ¿no? Que es el ejemplo más estúpido del planeta, pero digamos que alguien está lavando dinero y tiene todo su dinero en una moneda estable por JP Morgan Chase. el gobierno de Estados Unidos puede decir, güey, quítale esas monedas a este güey. Y no hay nada que puedas hacer. El emisor tiene control total sobre la moneda. Y si el emisor está bajo la jurisdicción del gobierno americano, federal y también del estatal, ¿cuál es la diferencia si la moneda está hecha por la Fed y el gobierno tiene esta acción o si esta moneda está hecha por Google y el gobierno toma esta acción? ¿Cuál es la diferencia? No hay. Esto es para esto es literalmente, si yo fuera ellos, me estaría masturbando enfrente de todo el mundo, sacándome el chile, cagándome de risa de todos lo estúpidos que son. Ve este güey todavía. No, edúcate. Y este güey le dice, no, edúcate tú. ¿Ok? Stablecoins issuers in the US must comply with all the governments. Correcto, es lo que acabamos de platicar. Monedas estables extranjeras no se permitirán en Estados Unidos. Y esto es por lo que les dije que en México el que hubiera hecho su puta moneda estable del peso hubiera hecho una fortuna. Tristemente me faltan $100 millones de liquidez para poder haber logrado mi sueño. Y esto es lo que va a pasar en todo el mundo también. Esto es lo que va a pasar en Europa, esto es lo que va a pasar en México, esto es lo que va a pasar en todos lados. Y con esto, estos tíos van a deshacerse de la deuda flotante que tienen todos los bancos centrales del mundo. Estamos empezando con Estados Unidos, si no lo han entendido. Y SLs have to go under monthly audits. Eso quiere decir que todas las organizaciones que puedan crear monedas estables tienen que pasar por auditorías mensuales del gobierno de Estados Unidos. Ok. Vamos entonces a regresar por acá rápidamente. Stop screen. Y ahora una vez más, share screen y ponerles esto. El hecho de que el anti-CBDC, Surveillance State Act, haya pasado es la cosa más chistosa del mundo, porque lo único que hicieron y que han usado esto de las CBDCs y decirte y advertirte que vienen las CBDCs, piénsalo, todos sabemos, todos, tu Paco favorito también, que las CBDCs son malas, ¿no? Todos lo sabemos, son muy malas, son el enemigo de Dios. ¿Por qué te están diciendo? Van a venir, van a venir. Van a venir. Y sale Christine Lagarde con su cara de avestruz mojada. Vamos a sacar nuestras monedas estables, CBDC. ¿Por qué? Si todos sabemos que son malos. Para que no te preocupes por las monedas estables. Carajo, por el amor de Dios. Y ahora, vamos con esto, porque ya nos follaron. O sea, ya estamos follados. Bienvenidos a esto. Hemos llegado al gran follón, al follón final. ¿No? Ya, todo lo que no queríamos, no quería CBDCs, ahí están, se llaman stablecoins. Entonces, no es lo mismo. Por favor, toda la gente aquí abajo que de verdad crea que las CBDCs se van y que estas no son, las monedas estables no son CBDCs, escriban abajo en este video. Por favor, quiero saber quiénes son y quiero entender por qué no pueden entender conceptos sencillos. Y no es para juzgarlos, es para entender qué clase de persona o sea, no puede ver más allá de acá, que es extraño. Ahora, ¿cómo voy a hacer dinero con esto, Alejandro? Déjate tus mamadas. Ya sé que el gobierno me va a espiar y todas estas cosas que irónicamente le ponen el nombre contrario a estos actos. Bien, ya que lo entiendes, vámonos al dinero. Este dinero, todas estas monedas estables van a tener que funcionar on-chain, ¿ok? Y ahorita han habido anuncios importantes. JP Morgan Chase, que sabíamos que es dueño importante de la cadena de Ethereum, está sacando su moneda estable, su dólar estable, en la cadena de Base, que es la cadena de Coinbase. Y la cadena de Coinbase es una cadena sobre Ethereum. Eso quiere decir que el beneficio es para Ethereum y también para Coinbase como acción. Entendamos esas dos cosas. Ethereum, Coinbase, los dos. Coinbase como acción, Ethereum como moneda. ¿Por qué? Porque lo que importa en el mundo cripto es la cantidad de volumen transmitida a través de tu cadena. ¿Ok? Quien te diga cualquier otra cosa no ha estudiado absolutamente nada de esto. No es estudiar, solamente es usar la cadena y entenderlo y estar por ahí unos años y ver cómo funcionan las cosas. En realidad, ¿qué creen? Que abrí un libro de, oh, los CBDCs. Por favor, oye, brother, por el amor de Dios. De ahí, aparte de eso, tenemos Robinhood. Robinhood sacó también su stock market tokenizado, su mercado bursátil tokenizado. Y ellos lo están haciendo en su propia red, la red de Hood, que es un L2 también en Ethereum. No, no es cierto. Está en Arbitrum. En Arbitrum es donde están haciendo eso, que es una L2 sobre Ethereum. ¿Ok? Arbitrum va a tener beneficio. Robinhood probablemente simplemente se va a beneficiar de estas transacciones, pero Ethereum se lleva el gran grunt de todo esto. ¿ok? Solamente JP Morgan Chase tiene 2 trillones de dólares en depósitos líquidos. Líquidos, eso no cuenta hipotecas ni tampoco nada más. Depósitos líquidos. Si solamente cambiaran esos 2 trillones de dólares por monedas digitales, que es un clic, si hacen eso, literalmente estarían comprando 2 trillones de dólares en bonos y sacarían 5% más o menos de esos 2 trillones de dólares cada año. Y ustedes lo pagarían todo. Son unos genios, unos cracks. Ahora, ¿qué es lo que vamos a buscar? Entendemos que Ethereum está basado en otra cosa. Uno, fundamental de todo lo que es alt season, altcoins, cómo se ha comportado el mercado cripto en estos ciclos es muy diferente ahora. Tienes que tener eso en mente y vamos a aprender juntos. No, una vez más, yo no leo el futuro, no estoy intentando adivinar el futuro. Estoy viendo el presente que nadie ve, que es la cosa más loca del planeta. No entiendo cómo hemos llegado a este punto, pero estamos ahí. Entonces, no estoy adivinando el futuro, le estoy diciendo, esto ya pasó. O sea, ya pasó. Y ahora necesitamos entender lo siguiente. Y tenemos que poner atención si queremos hacer dinero en esto, sea en Ethereum o en lo que sea. ¿Dónde se van a meter los siguientes 3 bancos? Bank of America, Citibank y Wells Fargo. Porque ellos tienen una cantidad de depósitos muy grande. No más de 2 trillones cada uno, como JP Morgan, porque es el banco más grande en depósitos, pero están cerca todos ellos. ¿Ok? Quieres ver ellos y quieres ver qué empresas como Fidelity o ponte tu Robinhood, que es un broker también, qué brokers grandes que tienen mucho volumen qué van a usar como su cadena. Y lo mismo, ¿qué cadena va a usar Amazon? ¿Qué cadena va a usar Google? ¿Qué cadena va a usar Amazon, Google, Microsoft? Cuando veas qué cadena están ellos montándose esas cadenas van a ser las que van a continuar para adelante y literalmente todas las demás se van a ir a cero. Todas. Porque esto era literalmente para establecer todo esto sin que nadie se diera cuenta que estos tíos, los dueños de la narrativa que te contaron que era por tu libertad, te acaban de meter el pito y te acaban de meter en un nuevo sistema digital que ellos son dueños de y que ellos tienen absoluto control. Y además de todo, puedes monitorear todas las transacciones de principio a fin, mejor que con cualquier cosa. Ahí es donde me siento muy pendejo por haber creído en los fundamentos de Bitcoin. Me diste dinero rastreable, hijo de puta. Lo más rastreable que existe. Oh, libertad. A veces sí soy pendejo, pero por eso hemos aprendido y por eso estamos acá. Ahora nadie está diciendo que Bitcoin va a bajar ni nada de eso. Solamente digo, si crees que Bitcoin va a ser tu libertad financiera más allá de que va a subir de precio, estás pendejo, ¿no? Estás pero pendejo. Va a continuar subiendo de precio, por supuesto. Es parte de lo que es el bait para traer más adopción a monedas estables, el mundo digital, etcétera. Mientras más gente oyes que se hizo rica comprando Bitcoin, más vas a querer estar en el mundo digital y vas a darles todo tu dinero a todos estos bancos e instituciones para que ellos se hagan millonarios. Entonces vamos a estar al pendiente de qué. Uno, Ethereum, bien, ya lo habíamos estado, lo estuvimos en la bajada en esos 1400, etcétera. Bien. De ahí, ¿qué es lo que sigue? Vamos a ver qué otras cadenas se van a beneficiar de esto. Y si estás en otras que no son nombradas por estos bancos, prepárate a irte a la verga. ¿Ok? Eso es literalmente todo. Ahí lo tienen. Un poco de cosas accionables. Aprendimos cómo nos vieron la cara de tontos a todos, cómo continúan todos, cómo también esa historia del baile en el concierto Y ahora esa historia no es falsa. Quiero que entiendan que lo que hacen es le suben el volumen a todo eso para que todo el mundo esté viendo al CEO divorciándose, estén cagados de risa y nadie entienda que hay un nuevo paradigma en el mundo financiero. Esta es una de las noticias más grandes de la última década. No, de los últimos 50, 70 años. Y a nadie le importa. A nadie más se le hace extraño. Güey, nos están bombardeando con noticias pendejas que no importan para nada. Como Putin, Trump, Trump, Putin, Putin, Irán, Irán, Trump, Putin, jamás los Mossad y todo este pedo. ¿Cómo van todos ellos? ¿Por qué no nos importa esto? Porque somos tan pendejos. Ese es el problema. Ese es el problema. Sí somos muy pendejos y sí caemos en todas sus mamadas. Son unos cracks estos viejitos. Espero que algún día, si me están viendo, viejitos, márquenme. Oigan, yo los puedo ayudar. Entiendo lo que están haciendo. O mínimo páguenme para que no lo entienda. El tío Salvo anda buscando una lana fácil, si no lo han notado. Bueno, vámonos, en fin. Vámonos a ver exactamente, estamos hablando de criptos, vamos a tradear unos criptos, que es lo que nos gusta hacer por acá, y también acciones, vamos a monitorear las dos, tenemos ya nuestra gente acá en el Elite Trading Academy, como de que no, y también quiero invitar a todos ustedes, bola de, ¿no? Caigan a nuestro Discord, dense una vuelta y háganse miembros de nuestra comunidad, es completamente gratuito. Déjenme, pongo esto apropiadamente grande, como mi nepe. Ajá, güey, cómo no. Ok. Este es nuestro Discord de Elite Trading Academy. Hay más de 10,000 degenerados que están buscando hacer dinero a través de cripto y el mercado. Y aquí estamos todos juntos. Acá todos los menús están del lado izquierdo, del lado derecho es la expansión del menú. Son los análisis de Alex, los análisis de Farhan. Criptolingo, esto es por si hay abreviaciones o cosas que no entiendes y lo tenemos en español y en inglés. Aquí lo tenemos bastante sencillo. Es como el diccionario de todas las abreviaciones que hay. Más allá de eso, si estás viendo los videos y no entiendes de lo que hablamos, te recomendaría que te des una vuelta a nuestro sitio y veas nuestro curso que dura 1 hora 40 minutos, cabrón, no mames, y en eso literalmente vas a entender todo de lo que hablamos, eso es aparte. Y cuesta $29, así que no te va a dejar roto como todos los demás, no nos vamos a hacer millonarios con eso. Tenemos nuestro chat general, les recomiendo, vean nada más Vitalik, en lo que está creciendo Ethereum, están creciendo más cosas. No nada más estamos hablando de trading, también estamos hablando de cosas y fundamentales. Y esta mujer está claramente señalando de qué tamaño la tiene Vitalik y está en lo correcto. Está absolutamente en lo correcto, damas y caballeros. Además de eso, tenemos también acá nuestros P&L cards. Vengan a compartir con nosotros, vengan a... 350. El gato mión ha estado rompiéndola, cabrón. Che, gato mión. Vientos, 160%, 127. Y todo esto se puede porque puedes usar apalancamiento. Y todo el mundo se pregunta, güey, ¿cómo puedo usar apalancamiento? ¿Quién me va a prestar dinero? No necesitas que te presten dinero, solamente necesitas tradear en exchanges de futuros. Y acá en nuestro sitio web, por cierto, si caen por acá absolutamente gratis, le picas en tutos, te metes para acá, cómo tradear en Bluffing. Bluffing es un exchange de esos de futuros donde te dejan apalancarte hasta 100x. Entonces, tienes todas las criptomonedas, te puedes apalancar hasta 100x en un corto, en un long, y tienes un video aquí de 5 minutos de cómo funciona, cómo usar el exchange, cómo mandar tu dinero, cómo usarlo exactamente. Y aquí abajo es la página de Bluffing para que simplemente le piques, te lleve ahí, te registres y uses nuestro enlace también de referidos para poder participar en todo lo que hacemos. Hemos tenido un par de torneos de trading por acá, donde hemos dado una buena lana, así que ahí está, aquí lo tienes. También tenemos otro exchange y todos estos enlaces están en la parte de aquí abajo a BTCC. BTCC funciona igual que esto, pero en BTCC te puedes apalancar hasta 500x, que no le recomiendo esto a nadie que está aprendiendo nada. Nada, es lo más peligroso del planeta. Pero pues, tú, o sea, imagínate una jugada de $10,000, multiplícala por 500, ¿no? Y eso literalmente es lo que tienes en la cuenta cuando lo haces, es una locura. Así que muy fácil de perder tu lana, tengan cuidado. Y también puedes invertir en acciones tokenizadas, hablando de cripto, ¿no? En BTCC. Aquí en Bluffing solamente criptos, en BTCC es más apalancamiento y también acciones como AMD, Google, Amazon, Nvidia, etcétera. Ya lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Voy a traer a Alex. Vamos a darle a esto sin lugar a dudas y démosle con todo. Good morning, señor.
Yo, what up? How we doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing all right. It honestly feels like the weekend. It feels like Monday, but it's absolutely not. It's Friday.
It's actually the completely the opposite, being Friday.
Yeah,
You're
exactly.
still stuck in a Monday, huh? What a life.
Yeah, no, that hasn't
What?
changed.
What is going on with the corn, sir?
Yeah, let's check that out. Fun things, I can promise that. We're still getting volatility, this time to the downside. Perfectly okay. Let's kind of gauge what's going on. And yeah, I mean, markets kind of got weak yesterday. I think off the back of Fed Waller, I think that's his name. I think they were talking about cutting rates actually in July. So, I feel like, that was just something that markets thought were kind of interesting, and we started to sell off slightly. But is this sell-off anything greater than just a normal healthy pullback? Well, let's observe that. So the 12-hour EMA 9 often is kind of my go-to, and I want to figure that out. I want to see, okay, well, are we really bearish or bullish? Very easy gauge for me is just looking at the 12-hour. And still on this view, the 12-hour is still very bullish. Don't know why it zoomed in there. It was strange. My whole screen zoomed in. Oh, there it is. And we're actually seeing a potential 12-hour volatility setup brewing here. So we know volatility is possibly going to contract into a full-on setup, possibly today, by today or tomorrow, if this is going to give us a setup. So that means we're close to finally, getting volatility again. We understand that. When we look at the 5-day as well, this is still giving us a volatility setup, and it's pointed up as long as Bitcoin's closing above $118,000. So really, in my opinion, you should still be gauging this pullback as very healthy. The HBDR has shown you that as well. You are consistently under the median for multiple closures. Any rally up, right? Any major rally up would get sold off simply due to, well, first resistance being at 120,000. But then also we had that median shifted right to around 120,600 before we rejected. Bears are going to try to need to actually lose that median into today. It's going to be really crucial because, we made a wick high rejection. We potentially have an evening star here. And so now what we need is follow through on that. Still no confirmation yet of that on the bear end side of things, simply just because we're still above support, holding above a major moving average that really is very important. We do like to hold this moving average, which is the EMA9 on the 12-hour, before going up. And
Great. Un segundo, 2 segundos, 30 segundos.
shifted, we are above it, simply kind of like what happened previously before we broke out. And as long as you are holding above, in my opinion, simply $118,000, that's your gauge or your metric on if we're going to go up or not. Very simply can look like this. You can get a move down to the bottom side of support. You can get a nice busting action move. I'm still looking for that 121,300 to 122,000 to actually be hit. All this move down at 118 again would just still grind out bullish structure. We've seen this before we broke out. Just bullish structure. Each wick close, not taking out the last one. Great indication of a busting action move. Off the back of low volatility, this is exactly what you want to really be looking at for a major move up. That move up for me is going to be looked at as, I want to really watch this zone carefully because, for me, that still hasn't changed. This is going to be like kind of, in my opinion, the spot to look for shorts. You've noticed here the front run of this wick high rejection, slightly front running it. But you do have a legitimate SFP play here. And we don't want to disregard that. We still can easily play the volatility perfectly fine, long it up. And then here you want to just be cautious, easily could roll over. And then if we start rolling over from this point, it's going to be a major cause of concern for me. This is where you potentially can start putting in your bearish structure, leading to a breakdown. Like very simply could just be forming a range here, a channel before, we actually get volatility. Often you do form these off the back of low volatility because that's all it's really showing. It's just volatility of range is getting really tight. Can't stay like that forever, depending on the time frame. Generally, once you get to the end of these, if they're true, you will get some kind of volatility. So just be understanding of that. My idea doesn't change though. Bitcoin is still looking quite bullish. And now if we go to the daily here, all this move has really done is just give us some daily median retest. You can already see bulls are starting to buy it back. And that's why I understand this candle is looking terrible, but it's still a very long day. There's absolutely no reason to be trading off of triggers that haven't actually triggered yet. How, this easily prints a shooting star on the daily, loses the daily median, maybe that shifts up. You very easily can take a short. We can front run the Academy short, have your stop here. Just play the evening star. With this view, it's just like, yeah, there's absolutely no reason to be aggressive on shorting right now. Rather, you should be aggressive on longing. And you should be looking at medians and bounce zones and EMA 9s, because when volatility does start firing off again, and it will soon, as shown here, it's going to just be either a major move up or down. We've seen these moving averages play out really well in this range previously before breaking out. You know, had you just had the same idea here of a bounce, that actually would have paid out quite nicely. Oh God. Right there. Up 12% move. That's pretty nice actually. You know, now that was off, you know, 0% volatility. I'll say that. And we can cut that in half, 6% up. Oh, it's like around $127,000. Oh, 7%. I'll be more accurate. $126,000. You know, so that's taking out this high, making a slightly higher high. And then 6% takes you actually directly right at the bottom side of this meme line. Losing the 34, you'd be at like 112,000. And at that point, yeah, I don't see why you wouldn't go down to my major zone, the opportunity zone. What if Bitcoin ends up dumping? What if we're wrong on the idea of 122,000 being hit first? And what if we actually get a major pullback? What will really tell me, let's say, if Bitcoin is bearish and we are about to break down hard? It's very simple, actually. You are gauging this 109.3 to 109.8 to hold with no exception at all. Bulls absolutely unequivocally need to hold that. If they don't hold that, yeah, this will be cooked, in my opinion. And then we can just aggressively short this all the way down to like $96,000. Because the assumption then will be, okay, well, you've lost the weekly median. You've then put in a pretty nasty potential top candle on the weekly. Perfectly fine, but then we know that that weekly EMA 9 is a big spot for Bitcoin. I mean, it just kind of was the spark of the rally right in this zone when you reclaimed it and moved up. So that will be looked at firstly as a really big zone. We need the weekly 9 to hold. But we also saw 109.3 hold as resistance in this range when we were ranging for multiple weeks. This is very important. We want to see this hold. We want a simple SR flip. There should be absolutely no reasons why resistance should be looked at. This should not be looked at as bearish. If, let's say, we do get a deeper pullback, we come over here, all of CT is bearish again. We need to be looking at this as a major flip of what was major resistance being flipped into support. This is when you can get your busting action move. If we start getting, right, holding specifically above the weekly 9, I do think this will open up a move all the way up to $170,000 on Bitcoin and possibly higher. It's a liquidity game though. And we did talk about this. The possibility when we were up here going all the way down to here still would be looked at as bullish. And this would just be a higher low. And this would give us a very easy RR trade. And this is what my expectations are. If we start actually breaking down the 12-hour, if we start getting bearish momentum in markets again, they have not been in markets yet. This would be a proper pullback leading to a major higher low. This would be looked at possibly as, you know, simply that 5-day higher low grinding out. We needed the median to shift down. It did. We needed a higher low to start possibly being grinded out after this 5-day green dildo. It's starting to do that. And you're even seeing on this 5-day that, well, you know, the median has shifted all the way down to around $112,000, lined up really nicely with the 5-day EMA 9. What is around that 100? It's actually accurately 111,400. What is right around there? Well, I believe the median's sitting close to around that region. I'm sure even the EMA 5. Let's see. Nice. No matter how you look at it, it looks like Bitcoin's going to eventually retest at very minimum the 5. If we start really taking out 118. So that'll be your zone. You kind of have like we're really forming a range again. Again, that's no surprise to anyone who's been trading Bitcoin. A range will always be formed no matter, how high you go, how green, green it became. You're always going to form these mini ranges. And that's why it's really useful to identify that. For me now, 118 was solidified by the 5-day candle, by the momentum pivot flipping there. So you should, as a bull, aggressive bull, be looking at 118 to absolutely hold. The Academy long isn't stopped out. I believe we are still very long. I believe we're long here, actually. So we're just slowly making our way. Our stop loss was precisely this candle. Never got ran. Idea is that we do expand up from here. This low holds, and we will start at minimum seeing a move up to $122,000. That's where I really do want to be understanding that that's where bears can step in. That is essentially the last spot where you're either going to lower high or just break out and trap bears. And we want to really understand that, even on this volatility that we had, it was great, but all that was a daily, 2-day, and I believe a 3-day as well, firing off. So GG bulls, very good. But the higher time frames, like the 5-day monthly, are still very fresh and new. And this is actually my favorite volatility setup, which is the 5-day. This is the one that comes, every few times a year. And yeah, really every few times a year, generating 35 to 40% moves up or down. This is your macro setup that often gives you those major moves up on Bitcoin. We've talked about this though. The daily, 2-day, 3-day possibly can bleed into the 5-day firing off. It's possible we're going to get confirmation of on this 5-day candle in one day. We absolutely don't want to front run that. There's no reason to. This was at 19%. So now it's shifted down to 17% on this little dump we've had. So you just want to really be understanding that this 5-day can chop a lot. And we saw that a lot here, where it seemed like it was about to fire off. We were so back with our shorts. We made our move down. I remember this. We were looking here at that EMA 100 on the weekly. We then front ran it slightly. We then reset volatility in this chop. Boom, boom, boom. Bullish structure though. Here's where it chopped and reset ever so slightly, getting back in favor with bulls before expanding up. So you can have lots of chop with this 5-day setup. But the point is that this is a very big setup that is still telling me that you really shouldn't be gauging like any kind of major move until this confirms, which tells you that if you're getting massive FOMO up here, scaling 100x longs, 50x longs for this 5-day breakout, it easily could just take you out doing this and then going up. All of the longs here are just absolutely decimated.
That to me, I like that predatory move.
Yeah, and me too. And this is what I've always been on the camp that this will be a big opportunity if we get this. Because it's just to the book. It's very to the book. I remember if we go to the daily here, we wanted this to get retested. Granted, it did test the top side of it right at 110,600. These wick highs, perfectly okay. But we weren't seeing that 110,000 region actually get rejected a bunch. It was mainly down here in that range. It was getting very tight. You just consistently see it reject. I actually do really want to start seeing that 109.3 to 109.8 get hit. That would be really nice. That would be a proper flush out. Many think the bottom's in now. And if that, does end up dumping all the way down to there, yeah, that to me would take out a lot of the late longs. And while also just testing like that 5-day mean.
Great. There you go.
Yeah, geez. So, this point of view though is just to say very easily can break out. The 12 hour is going to guide us on that. You are getting a 12-hour volatility setup. As soon as you start losing 118 on a 12-hour candle closure, yeah, I think we can start shorting again. Until then, I'm in no shorts. I'm not really looking for this to happen yet. Why? Because we are at very solid support now. I mean, we literally are bouncing off the 12-hour 9. This is still a long trigger. You still actually did get back above the 12-hour median for the first time since you lost it a day and a half ago. So this is technically looking bullish, actually. And this is telling you, yeah, next move is going to be around $121,000. So that's why for me, I don't want people to hear the 1098 and start feeling shorts, because that you don't want to feel a move up when you're potentially going to be able to get a nice long here, stop here, scaling longs either there or literally at the 12-hour 9. You're still targeting up here. This is where you could get the short. Like, you very easily can get this bulls win for a second, and then you dump. And then it's just like, yeah, that didn't really work out. We then come all the way down. We test down to here, form that weekly higher low, and then break out into like August, June, July, August, maybe September. So, and we've seen this. I mean, this chop, this bullishness could just form that. And this will be funny if this does occur, because the Academy short is still, we still have a trigger here. It still is a setup for me. And if we just even test 121,300 and start rejecting, I'm going to max short that, because I literally could just have a very tight stop loss at that point, either here, or if you're going to be more conservative, how the Academy is running it, we don't want liquidity grabs. We're going to try to enter with a stop up here. And I know, right? Well, okay, what if we just break out? Cool. We'll just retest here, and then we can go up to 130,000. When we saw this exact same setup play out here. Now, this was more daily, but still broke out, retested. You literally could have just positioned here. And then we went up. So, just watch that. There's going to be volatility today, tomorrow. It's what this chart's telling me. Nothing's telling me that 122,000 will break. So that's why we just want to watch that carefully. And if you start really rejecting that region, Academy should be watching that area. Very easily can give you a pullback to then a long scenario. Then the 15-day has the EMA 9 at 112,000. You do see that this EMA 5, and you do see the 9 is shifting up nicely to around that 109K region, still sitting at 106,000. So, very easily can afford a pullback. That wouldn't be technically bearish. Very close to firing off, though. Everything's very close to firing off. This hasn't confirmed expansion either. So, the next 5-day, 15-day, like into August, like I do think that August is going to be a legendary month. Granted, we did say July would be, and it has been pretty impressive, but I think even August is going to be even better, which is good news for all of us. If we are going to get major volatility in August, up or down, that's exciting. I mean, and everything is lined up, because in 2 weeks, this potentially is going to confirm a volatility setup mixed in with a 15-day, right? That's already confirming it with the 5-day, right? The 5-day, and we are literally pressing up against the 38.2%. It shifted down from 130,000 to now 125,600, meaning that if this did start confirming expansion here, that would technically give us potentially a 40% move, which, would be right around 166,000. Again, to the downside, sees volatility is direction neutral. And that's why we use those momentum pivots, because as long as the 5 days closing above 118,000, you statistically have a greater chance of this firing off to the upside. Anytime the 5-day pivot has been pointed up with 5-day volatility contracted, this is a 100% hit rate of firing off in favor of bulls. A 40% move down, though, would be $70,000. Why is that highly significant? What is right at $69,000? If anyone remembers, well, that is literally right at, and I'll look at CME for this one. That is literally the all-time high of 2021. Those numbers won't change. You should always hold above that. So let's say that 5-day did start firing off to the downside. Yeah, you'd get a measured move down to here. Would this, on the grand scheme of things, be majorly bearish? I mean, not really, no. Slightly, yes. It would be flipping, macro trend down, possibly confirming a bear market. But again, we just know that 2021 cycle high is a very big zone. If you start going down to that, I do think that will afford a bounce, of course. So yeah, that's what I have on Bitcoin. I do think that, August will be the determination of this 5-day, higher time frame volatility. Can't stay like this forever. And even to give you more confluence of this, we're potentially going to confirm the monthly volatility setup going into August. So, this is looking very primed for a move. I just want everyone to be aware, though, that, the 5-day can start, being in favor of bears. Nothing's telling me that yet, but, that's why we just want to watch the region. We know 118 needs to hold. So in theory, then on that idea, you should be betting on the 5-day low. Potentially is in, and we're just gonna get that 5-day candle above 118. Momentum pivot shifts down, and then we break out into the next 5-day. And this was just a very shallow higher low. That's like what very aggressive bulls want to see. Bears want to see this be essentially a massive trap, and they essentially want this to just be a major rejection down. They need to see the weekly lose the 9 to confirm what they know, which is this was the top. Once you lose this weekly 9, it's not going to mean you're just going to dump. No, you very easily can come down, get a bounce, do this, and then lose it. That's what Bitcoin likes to do. But once you do lose that weekly 9, and specifically 1093, that will ultimately put us back within this range, giving you the next target to around 106K. We then can play a level to level, lose 106K, takes you to 1031. Lose 1031, yeah, that's cooked. You are now under the daily EMA 100. How my system works is anytime you get under the daily EMA 100, you can aggressively short, aggressively with size, and just be degenerate. Always has worked out for me pretty well doing that, and that just leads to nice shekels. When we reclaimed it, though, remember we said we can't really be too aggressive on shorts. I mean, so far that idea has worked. We did capitalize on this move down, I will say. All that was a daily EMA 100 retest before going up pretty nicely. 24%. And even I didn't bid this bottom. I was not. I was just watching and waiting. I thought we'd hit it a few times, but sometimes that's just how crypto works. But it always does give you opportunities, right? Like a bounce here. Cool. Let's just long here at 99.8. Stop there. Simple.
Well,
So
I just want
that's
to say thank
Bitcoin.
you. I just want to say thank you to you, because when we were looking at this, I was in a long. It went to 19,200, and then we were like, the dirty move to the downside that you brought up. I looked at it. I was like, yeah, that seems right. I sold. I $500. I'll take my $500, and now
That's
it's
not
at
bad.
fucking 117, 900. So thank you, Alex. I appreciate you.
Yeah, no worries at all. I mean, that this market is just very predatory right now, and I just have to trade what I know. And we've been on the camp that up here definitely can give a pullback. I mean, it doesn't mean much. We can try to long it. I've been longing, but I've just been taking quickies on the volatility because I do believe we're going to get easy trades. Um, and so we just want to watch carefully. We know the daily 9's a big spot. You start losing that, okay, maybe then it just gives you confluence of that 118 loss. You then can be more aggressive on shorts, and then we can start looking at lower. That's why today, if you are long, perfectly fine. Just watch your stop losses. Watch the 12-hour median. We'll go back to that because very well could just try to just test that now. So kind of do need to bounce from here. Literally need to bounce from here. But, again, no FOMO. If you are trying to short, perfectly fine. What happened when we went to 118? You saw chop. You just didn't break down from it. This was before a breakout. So why can't the same thing occur where you just come down, form chop, and then let's just see here. Maybe the daily? No. I was gonna say maybe an inverse head and head and shoulders, not inverse, but no. So yeah, that's Bitcoin. I'm just waiting today. I think today will be a good thing to really watch. This will either tell you, yeah, if we can short or if we can start longing more. Academy still has a long, but we do have a short running here. The idea has always been a long to short, come down to here, max long this, and then we break out. Or maybe we do lose 109.3, 109.8. All of CT will still be bullish, and then we can just massively short it down to like 104.5. Very, very easy. Just will really be determined on not front running triggers, and that's it. So that's Bitcoin. That's what I see. Let's look at tether dominance. Let's look at the 5-day, because the 5-day was kind of telling us that this could afford a pullback on Bitcoin, giving us a bounce. That was based on the 38.2% being shifted down at 4.2%. You did bounce, but yeah, this then shifted up bearish and it actually rejected it, came all the way down. What are you noticing now about this? Well, you're almost at major support. 4% is very important for tether dominance. 4%. Yeah, very important. You've seen this before, hold the major lows. Even here, despite this major bearish move down, you still could not break support. And I remember being in this zone and we were talking about support. Well, yeah, we just need to lose it. We just need to lose it. And then we can really have a bigger move on Bitcoin. So, third time could definitely be the charm. But if you're coming into this region, should you be aggressively scaling longs here? Or should you be looking for shorts? Probably shorts until we actually get a loss of 3.79%. That'll just be an easy confirmation. There's no need to front run it because, how did that treat you over here? Well, that really wasn't good. It just formed like a channel and then we broke out and went up really nice. And Bitcoin then dumped bigly and then simply here as well. So until you lose 3.79% on a weekly close, you're now approaching major support on tether dominance. Doesn't need to come all the way down to 3.79. It simply can just hit 4.2% and then bounce. Definitely can afford a bounce too. What would that bounce really be looked at? Well, we're still gauging a lower high. Right, if tether dominance did end up bouncing, which it could afford, maybe hit support, springs up, this very easily can get retested. Was it not support here? It was, and so you very easily can form a lower high here and then roll over, and then there's your pullback on Bitcoin. It's a big one though, 17%. Damn. That's a little cause of concern actually. I didn't know that was a 17% range. What about if we just pull back from here? Mean reversion move is what I mean to say, not pull back. 11%, that's better. So then, yeah, in theory, it's kind of like this should just start moving up because that's a big move. From here to up, that's like 17%. Damn. I like the 11% more. That kind of gives me more bias. Not really, actually. Like 106K. The idea is simply this. You just don't want this wick low to get taken out. If you start seeing this wick low get taken out, this will then really put this trend back down and then maybe even look like a massive trap. But I'm still going to play what I know. Tether dominance to me definitely can get a bounce. Will it go all the way up to, 4.69%? We don't know. But we do see that the weekly 9 is right there at, 4.64. So very easily could do that. Yeah, so you should expect some bounce though. That's the point I'm really trying to bring home. Percentage wise doesn't really matter. You should be gauging a bounce. That's what's the most important. And as long as you can gauge a bounce at the 4% to 3.7, like 9%, then that'll at least keep you in check. So you're not just max longing Bitcoin when we're at support. Generally, it's just been a recipe for disaster. So we're almost there. Very easily can start bouncing from here let's check the 12-hour and see if we are going to bounce. Cool. Holding a 78.6%. That could easily take you up to the 9. So yeah, I mean, maybe we go to the 9, 12-hour 9. That's been an easy rejection point. And what you're noticing from this is you haven't even hit it officially. You've just been finding resistance at the 5. So very easily you can go up to the 9 here. Not really until you reclaim that 12-hour 9, where then you have to look at the 21. So use this as your indicator. Watch the 12-hour 9. Again, this will just keep you in check. You just always got to keep yourself in check in trading. So yeah, you are at resistance. You hit support. You finally hit the daily median, the 12-hour median. I mean, my apologies. That means that literally this is the spot that if you are bullish, you absolutely need to long this. You need your stop here, and you just need to start clenching and waiting for this zone. This should give you a nice buyback, and you should start moving up. Now, if you don't and you start losing 118, and even like, let's see if on a 4-hour we can start interpreting weakness. Yeah, if you start losing, 118 on a 4-hour, that'll be a loss of the EMA 34. You know how my system works. That's a move down to the EMA 100. Doesn't mean you won't chop. Very easily could. But with what we know on just how close the 12-hour is on giving us a setup, very easily could be like this, and then you get a major move down. Could take a short in that zone. But still, you haven't lost it. This still has an hour and 27 minutes, and you just hit that 12-hour median. So I would be waiting. Today's a good day to wait on triggers. So that's Bitcoin. That's Tether dominance. Let's look at Bitcoin dominance now. Go to the weekly. Oh, terrible. Damn. Well, you're in my zone now. Needs to bounce. Why do I have this as a zone to bounce? Oh, that's why. Perfect. So yeah, we did finally. Damn, that was crazy. Let's backtrack here on Bitcoin dominance. We identified weakness on a very simple, right? SFP. We talked about this. I remember. We said, well, bears are going to be on the camp that this is topped. They're going to be using this as some kind of lower high. And they need to essentially just like look at resistance using this wick high as resistance, taking you down to the bottom side of support. Now we did that. If I delete this, gosh. Okay, we did that. Came down. But here's your indication that you're going to get a deeper move. It's simply when you had the trend shift. We knew that. But specifically the weekly EMA 9 was lost. We were just seeing that as a major zone of support. So very simply then, you also lost the meme line, just kind of giving you a bias that this was going to break down. Our bias on that breakdown was literally the target to around that monthly EMA 9 to EMA 100. So you did that. Monthly still in the breakouts. This is still looked at as a bullish retest. But this needs to bounce like here. You do not want to see this lose the monthly 9 and or the EMA 100, or this will just be ultimately major weakness. And I will have to really start looking at this as maybe a major top. So this is, you got the pullback. You're now at the extremity low on Bitcoin dominance. This needs to bounce, and there's just no question about it. If this doesn't bounce here, then this will shift everything bearish very, very fast in August. And why would that occur? Well, you're now on a 2-week downtrend. Daily is lost, the SMA 200. Weekly EMA 9 is lost while also being in a weekly downtrend. That's just obviously if the 2-week isn't a downtrend, right? Leading to potentially a monthly trend shift. Confirmation of that, in my opinion, of a bear market will be once the monthly EMA 9 is lost. So, this is important going into August. This is a big zone. You need to be watching this carefully because if Bitcoin dominance enters into a bear market, that does have implications. When was the last occurrence we entered into a bear market on Bitcoin dominance? It was here. January 2021. Yeah. January 2021. So what, it topped here. Bitcoin dominance and it went up a little bit. Interesting. So yeah, that's what I see on Bitcoin dominance. At major support, we finally got it moved down. But this needs to hold, and you need to see it close above 62.58% by the end of the month. Let's just see this real fast. Nice. So you were looking at this as a reclaim of the monthly median. First time it's occurred, all bull market. We identified the last time this did. Right, this is USDC dominance. Now, the flip side, I always say it is not a lot of data. Not a lot of people are using USDC and compared to Tether dominance. And even doing TA on stable coins is scoffed at. It's some analysis. I think it's useful, though. Now, we're watching this, though. I'm still gauging this median. We are under it, obviously, but this has moved really nicely with the meme line. If you see this USDC dominance, Tether USDC dominance, get any monthly closures above 1.82%. Yeah, that'll be a major sign for me that this is about to put in a big move up to 2.39%. And this could have implications on Bitcoin. Actually firing that 5-day setup to the downside for the first time in a very long time. So, no indication of that yet. It's actually looking quite bearish. You're in a breakdown most time frames. But that's why the closure is going to be quite important into the month. I don't really gauge any other time frames. So I'm just really gauging the monthly median. And why would I do that? Well, I'm just using what we had last time, which was, well, once you actually reclaim the monthly median, you chopped, you even went below it, kind of like what we're in now. Went below it. But being above that ultimately did lead Bitcoin and cryptos into a bear market. So I don't think it's dumb to not look at it. That I think is significant. We identified that in June. So watch carefully, and we will be watching this into August. So in summary, we're watching for maybe a deeper pullback on Bitcoin. We need to be watching that 118 carefully because that really is potentially going to open up a nice short zone. You need to understand that the 12-hour median, needs to hold. So in theory, this spot needs to hold on Bitcoin, or you are going to just start breaking down. And a breakdown for me will be first some reaction around that, $116,000. Maybe that gives you that bearish retest. We don't know. But with 12-hour this low and plateauing and potentially giving you a setup next period or into tomorrow, I'd be very understanding that once you do lose 118, this could start opening up a major move down. So you are losing on the lower time frames. And even the hourly EMI 100 was just kind of an easy gauge, and you are losing that. But it still doesn't mean you scale massive shorts here. Rather, just wait for this to occur. We probably do take out this low, and then we probably do get a bounce up. Test that EMI 100, and then nuke. So, again, no FOMO. Watch the hourly EMI 100 then. Very, very simple. But overall, nasty candle. Gross. Maybe that leads to like an EMA 100 bounce on the 2-hour, but we have our zone. So 118 is your spot you're watching on the daily. You can try to trade lower time frames if you want. Understand that Tether dominance can easily bounce, and if we do end up going to 109.8, I'm not super duper bearish there. Rather, I'm looking at that as the last stand for bulls to actually get a big bounce from there. If we start just coming down to here, I want to max long that for maybe all the way up to 130,000, get that weekly higher low, and then we move up. So, I'll say that again. If you can't afford a 9% pullback, if you're too over positioned, over leveraged, just understand that, once you lose that 118,000, it could be the spark of that deeper pullback brewing. So
here it is. The big opportunities brewing up right now, hopefully before we get all fucked. Now, let me ask you this. And I know Farhan's there, just on his phone, probably sexting someone.
Mhm.
Do you want to share your screen? Let me ask you boys this. If they were to announce that, like, let's say today they announced a new financial system, that it completely changed everything, do you think it would make the news? It would be important enough to make the news?
I would assume so, right?
Well, no. Instead, we're all busy with the Coldplay guy that was hugging his lover, right? Because that's what they did. Yesterday, they passed the Genius Act and all the
Oh
other
my
acts for the
God, that's
crypto
true
thing.
though. I've seen that all
They're,
over my social medias.
that's
The
why
cheaters.
they literally just changed the entire financial system and the way American debt is made and all that shit. They just literally did it, and no one knows. These guys are fucking geniuses. They're G's. They're fucking G's. No one's talking
I was
about it.
probably living under a rock because I haven't heard anything about any Coldplay singer, to be honest.
Good
That's
for
crazy.
you.
Yeah, good for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, good for you, honestly.
But did you hear about the financial system changing?
No, not
No,
You're
yet.
I
still
didn't hear
fucked.
that though.
All right, you're still fucked, son.
Alright. It's nice to see a little dumpski right now while I am currently short on Bitcoin. It's nice to see that. Let's see. I'm gonna start with the load time frames right now, and we are currently getting a nice dump. And I'll switch to my momentum chart first because I want to show the falling pizza. There we go. We got this little falling pizza formation, which usually it's about like a 60 to 65% chance of breaking out to the upside. Not necessarily like guaranteed to break out to the upside. And as of now, it kind of does look like we got a fake out to the upside. But this isn't necessarily a dead sentence yet because what I'm looking for is a retest of this 100 EMA, which is this 100 has not been retested since we initially broke out. The test of the 100 was what gave us the spring for this initial like insane move to the upside. So we haven't tested that 100 ever since then. And also these formations like to break out or break down when they're around 70% full, when they're near the apex. Right over here, it was a little too soon to get that breakout. Kind of told you should have been cautious on this breakout because it wasn't anywhere near being full. Around this 100 EMA though, that's where it's a lot closer to the apex. That's where it's a lot higher probability of you getting that breakdown or breakout. So currently I am short. I have my TP on my short somewhere around this area in the high 115s, and then I'm planning to switch long right at that 100 EMA. Hopefully it works out. Hopefully I don't just round trip every dollar I'm up like I did last night and get liquidated, but we'll see. We get about 16 minutes left to go. Currently that 55 EMA is holding. 15-minute is now solidly lost this meme line, which has been very significant support and resistance. And now we've retested it and we're rejecting. And as long as we are below this meme line, you got to assume that it's going to be bearish. Volatility right now is expanding. It is pretty high up. It's at 92, 93%, although it does like to go to 100%, so it's not quite topped out just yet. While momentum is heavily to the downside as long as we're below $118,000. That $118,000 level is very, very, very crucial. As long as you're below it, Bitcoin is going to be more bearish. Once you reclaim that 118 level, though, then pressure is back onto the upside. Oh. 3 hours give us that rejection of the median, and we got expansion from that rejection of the median heavily below 38.2%. We're all the way down to 61.8%. This thing likes to find a bottom on these heavy moves to the downside, somewhere around that 88.3% to the 95%. Right now, that 88.3%, it's, oh, what do you know? Beautifully at our 100 EMA. Wonderful confluence. Right now, momentum is pointed to the downside in the 3 hour very heavily. I mean, very heavily to the downside, and just now breaking into the bearish control zone with volatility and expansion phase. And the jewel is now curving over and losing the sell signal. And we have a lower high on the jewel. Do we have a higher high in price? We do have a higher high in price, giving us bearish divergence on the 3 hour, which is already confirmed. Yeah, it is indeed confirmed. We have hit the easy target of the 55 EMA. Next target is that 100. We just want to see it close below about 118,411, and then we can get that move down. Hourly is also, once again, freshly positioned to the downside, tried to flip up, but it was a failure. And now we are resting at this 200 SMA. 200, I believe, has been pretty important support. This is the area where we tested before we initially broke out. We deviated it a little bit. Let's hope we'll get another one of those little deviations before the next breakout, and that I don't get liquidated on my short. That'd be wonderful. Not liquidated, but stopped out. 45-minute also positioned to the downside in the bearish control zone. Volatility is expanding. 45-minute currently does have a buy signal on the jewel, but it's looking a little bit weak now because the curvature is starting to curve back around. If we do lose this this previous wick low here at about 118,411, very likely this is going to continue to dump. Right now we are seeing a little bit of a bounce. I don't like to see that. 15-minute is starting to flip up, still in the bearish control zone, still in the below the moving average. The jewel's giving us a pretty heavy sell signal now, with the pink freshly crossing below the yellow. Ever so slightly, they're just crossing by like a ball sack here now. Pink is 36.7, and the yellow is 36.8, so just ever so slightly crossed below. And the dark blue is making its way into the bearish control zone. Who is calling me? Ignore this call. If we continue to see this move up, likely doesn't make it anywhere higher than somewhere around this 5 EMA. In an extreme scenario, I could see somewhere around this 9 EMA being tested. Although, if it does get to this 9 EMA, I would consider that an opportunity zone for a short, right around that 118.5 level. Basically, every single time frame is currently flipped to the downside. Got to make sure to see if that 118 level gets lost. Four hours also freshly flipped to the downside, with volatility now at extreme lows, and the jewel's losing the buy signal, and we are now below the 4-hour median. Median's at 118.129. Last time we lost the median on a closing basis was, we lost it right here. We went down to the 50%. Right on the 50%, it's right at that 116 level. Very cool. And the 55 EMA was also the area where we held when we initially got that busting action to 120s. We are in an area where we could bounce. Yeah, it makes sense to see the bounce from that 38.2%. Although we're still below the 21 EMA, still looking bearish. Momentum is about to break into the bearish control zone. Do we have a lower low? Low was 117.1. So currently we still have possible hidden bullish divergence on the 6-hour, and that will be confirmed when you close over 128.54. And that divergence likely does send us up to new all-time highs on confirmation. 8 hours also positioned to the downside, with volatility currently approaching extreme lows, and the 8 hours now losing the buy signal on the jewel, and we're losing the median. Last time we lost the median on the 8 hour was right over here, and we corrected down to about the 61.8%. 61.8% right now sits at that 115 level, which is about, I believe, our 3-hour 100.
Can I say something? I am very proud of everything you guys had taught me. I made a video yesterday, a podcast, and it's coming out today, where literally I looked at the HPDR, I opened it on the daily. I think it was the daily, or either the daily or the weekly. And I just looked at it and I said, right now, everything looks bullish, but there might be a big opportunity coming at 115, and then 19 would be insane. But 115 seems like it, and he's playing out. And it's just from everything I've learned from you guys. You guys are fucking awesome. I appreciate it.
You
just looking at it. Yeah. Well, no, it's your system. I'm just repeating the information that you've given me. So awesome shit.
It's the same thing whenever someone's like, "Oh, I made some money off of this, thanks," but they're the ones that push the button, so it's all them.
That is true, but not in my case. So I appreciate you.
I'll take it.
Yeah,
On
you
the
will.
Yeah, of course, I'm not gonna turn down some credit. Of course not. 8 hours also not freshly flipped to the downside. We're getting a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders on the HPDR momentum, and the patterns are a lot more effective on our oscillators than they are on price action. So this you should have like a 60 to 70% chance of breaking out to the upside, assuming we don't break into the bearish control zone. Break into the bearish control zone, that will be an invalidation of the inverse head and shoulders. And right now it's sitting at extreme lows in volatility. 12 hours currently resting at the median, getting a little bit of a bounce from that 117 area. Assuming that area holds, I will be out of shorts on the 12-hour close, even if my stop loss doesn't get hit. 12 hours currently positioned to the upside on momentum. We have a lower low and a higher low on price, giving us bullish divergence, hidden bullish divergence on the 12-hour. You would have to close above, what number is this? 128.54, same numbers before to confirm. And then that will send you up to likely new all-time highs. Although, a little bit of sombering information, on the 12-hour, you have a pretty heavy bearish cross on the jewel, with the pink crossing below the yellow and the God mode signal in the background. Mark this with a vertical line and see what type of move this produces. This one was a pretty amazing cross. You can tell it by the date, December of 2024. We had a pretty nasty dumpski then. That should be enough. Can't find any more. This is one. Okay. Now let's see what the results are. About 3.8%. What's this, a dump France? 7.56%. 12.13%. That's more respectable, double digits. About 6.7%, very in line with the previous number. Let's take the, we can't, it's not fair to use this one because it bounced, so. About 2.57%, that was pathetic. 1%. Oh. And as of now, how much have we gone down? Not even 1%. Oh, about 1%. Let's take it to that 7% level. What does that bring us? So the 2-ish% level brings us to the bottom 38.2%, which is right at that 115.8 level. Very interesting. 7% brings us to about 6 to 7% brings us back to 110. Although I don't think this is going to happen. If this 7% move happens, we're very likely going to erase this entire rally, and we're very likely going to go back to somewhere around this lower 108s, and at that point, probably going to break below 100K.
Below the 109?
Yeah, if assuming that we get that 7% move.
See?
Although I'm thinking somewhere it's going to be around like a 2-ish%.
Very nice.
Daily is also currently positioned to the downside right at the reset zone, while volatility is now at basically 0% with the blue background, and the daily jewel is now starting to give a sell signal. Although it's not confirmed just yet, we would need a closure to confirm the sell signal. We are currently below the median as well. Median's currently sitting at about 118,362. 118 level is very important. We are currently bouncing back over 118. Don't really like to see that very much, but it is what it is. 2-day is also looking kind of toppy. As long as you're below that 123 level, it should be considered a local top. And at the very least, you should get a retest of this 38.2%, which right now is sitting slightly below 115. It's about 114.5. Makes me a little bit more confident in my short. 3-day momentum is now flipped to the downside. First time that we freshly flipped down since about this consolidation period here. And we only ever so slightly flip down, and then we flip back up. And then we got a retest of, what did we get a retest of? The 9 EMA, basically. And then we went up from there. 9 EMA is now at, oh, what do you know, 115s. 3-day is now at that top 38.2%. You start to lose that, that brings you back, that brings you down to somewhere around this 9 EMA, which is going to rise. Right now it's sitting at 114s. So maybe we should be targeting somewhere slightly below 115, because we have two things now giving us that 114 area. With momentum freshly flipped to the downside, rejecting the bullish control zone. Volatility is now contracting. There is some bearish divergence as well because we have lower highs on momentum. Who the fuck is calling me? The bearish divergence will be confirmed when he closes below 115,726. And that will likely bring us towards somewhere around that. Probably median, about like 111, 110. You do have an overall bullish signal on the jewel, however, with the pink crossing above the yellow and light blue right above everything else. And they're bunched up perfectly right next to each other when you got the cross. This is one of the best jewel signals you will ever get. Although it would be nicer if it happened a little bit lower. It's happening in the bullish control zone. Five days currently gotten a closer over the median. And as long as you're holding over that 5 EMA, which is currently at about $114,000, so another piece of confluence for 114, you likely will eventually retest this 38.2%, or at least tap it, which currently is at about 125. Right now, momentum in the 5-day is still pointing to the upside with volatility expanding, and the 5-day currently has hidden bullish divergence, which is confirmed by breaking all of these lows in momentum, putting in a higher low in price. And the 5-day jewel is currently giving us a buy signal curving back around. And the jewel is also putting in hidden bullish divergence. Weekly is currently gotten a close over the median. It gives us probabilities of 61.8% chance of tapping the top 38.2%. Right now that's sitting at about 135, 130s. 2-week is also positioned to the upside. 2-week also has hidden bullish divergence. And we have a close over the median on the 2-week, giving us probabilities of that top 38.2%, sitting at the same 130 level. Monthly is currently starting to flip back up, putting in hidden bullish divergence by breaking these lows, and that will confirm with an equals over 110,617. Very likely taking us up towards the median, which right now is sitting at about 154.9, 145.9, like 146. And the monthly jewel is starting to lose the sell signal. Quarterly has ever so slightly closed over the median by like a slight ball sack here, closed over the median, but closed over it nonetheless, which then gives you probabilities of in the next quarterly candle, at the very least tapping the median, which right now is at about 165. Pretty high number. And quarterly is about to put in a drive of hidden bullish divergence, very close. This needs to break this low, and then we will have it with any close over about 111,965. And that pretty likely takes us towards that median of 165. For a quarterly hidden bullish divergence, probably pretty powerful. So momentum. And 3-hour close above the meme line. 3-hour momentum is now freshly flipped to the downside with volatility expansion with a derp of death, and you're going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 119,750. Hourly is currently resting at that 200 SMA, right around that meme line. This is the area where the bulls absolutely have to hold it. If you start to lose this 200 SMA on a closing basis, that's where you're going to get that dumpski towards 115s. Hourly is currently flipped up, interesting. And it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 118,318. 30-minute is kind of looking bottoming now. You're putting in a what do you call it? An inverted hammer, deviating the meme line. It's kind of looking pretty constructive now. Maybe we might not get that move to 115s. Let me just quickly close this short. 15-minute. Also going to be flipped up. Yep, indeed, it is flipped up.
Yeah, I think the hourly is just going to test that EMA 100 and then dump.
Yeah, probably. That's right around 118.5, 118.550.
I mean, yeah, if you haven't touched the SMA 200 in I don't know how fucking long, the first time you're gonna touch it, you're not supposed to like just go through like butter. That would be crazy, right? So you need a little.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah,
It's always the little bounce back, little play, and you did call it like an hour ago about the 1 hour.
Yeah, so that's what I'm watching. If we get that, great. If you reclaim it, cool. That'll be strength. If you reject it, yikes. Big yikes.
Yeah.
All right.
I think a dump Peru would make sense. Just simply everyone's so bullish. Everything crypto, like everything that's terrible for crypto just passed, but everyone thinks he's really good. So everyone's on the bullish side right now.
Yes, we got that initial fake pump, and now we're getting the real move.
Yeah.
Well, your chart find made me pretty bearish because I know how Bitcoin likes to operate. It always makes those channels and it always does a fake out. So if we are doing like a fake out per your daily, once we close that, yeah, that'll look pretty bad actually. I won't be the best for me. Give me confluence of a deeper pullback, perhaps, on maybe that daily loss of 118.
Yeah, all of the low time frames are starting to flip up, likely giving us that bearish retest. We have a fresh 30-minute silver cross as well. So that would be a perfect retest of that 9 EMA on the 30-minute. And the hourly 100. And it makes a lot of sense for that bearish retest there.
I'm going in, boys.
I think I shall also short that area.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to play today.
4 hour. 4 hours freshly flipping to the downside on momentum. And it's going to remain, it's rejecting the bullish control zone. It's going to remain flipped down as long as you're below 120. And we're just now getting volatility expansion on the 4 hour. That's not good with the dumpski. And we're once again below the meme line. This was what had me long yesterday, and why I was up like $500 before I round tripped it into a $200 loss is because volatility was expanding on the 8 hour with momentum pointed up, and now volatility is contracting and momentum is to the downside.
Damn, that's a post-fuck penis. That's the most bearish pattern I've ever seen in volatility.
It's one of those fuck you moves where it gives you the volatility to the upside, and you're like, oh shit, we're getting the breakout. And then it's like, psych, fuck you.
Very Bitcoin.
Next close, volatility is contracting and your momentum is flipped down. 12 hours also freshly flipped to the downside with volatility sitting at extreme lows, and it's going to remain down as long as you're below closing below 128,800. Daily is also flipped down with volatility contraction. Daily is pretty good. Let's see. This is a higher high. Yeah, it's a higher high, so there's no bearish divergence. 2 days as well is giving you volatility expansion with momentum still pointed up, and it will remain to the upside as long as you're closing over 121,200. You got about 9 hours left to go. an eternity in cryptocurrency land. 3 days also currently pointed up with volatility expanding from extreme lows, and it's going to remain pointed up as long as you're closing over 117,980. 5 day as well is getting that volatility expansion. Hasn't quite closed yet to confirm it. It will close in tomorrow, and that if as long as it closes over that 15%, probabilities are that this is going to fire off to the upside. And as of now, the 5 day setup has roughly a 100% chance of firing off to the upside. The two failures that you currently have on the 5 day setup are when they were to the downside and then it ended up playing out to the upside. We don't have a single 5 day setup so far that was to the upside and has failed. So kind of have to assume that the trend is going to hold. And right now, momentum volatility is at 26%. So if it closes over there, well beyond 15%, easily giving you the confirmation you're looking for. And as of right now, momentum is pointed up as long as you're closing over 117,960. So basically the 118 level. 118 is very, very critical. Weekly is currently positioned to the upside, and it will be flipped up as long as you're closing over 116,650, giving you very, very high importance for that 116 area. Telling you if we tap it, as long as we hold it, we're still bullish on the weekly. Let's go to the index. Index is now giving us that volatility expansion, very, very close to confirming the setup. Its current volatility is currently at 13%. It confirms with a close over 15%. Very close. And if we get that right now, probabilities are that's going to happen to the upside because momentum is pointed up as long as we're closing over 113,450. The monthly setup is already confirmed. It closed over the 15% level on the previous monthly close. On this monthly open, it kind of shifted below, but didn't close, so didn't confirm the invalidation of the setup. Then it quickly flipped back up over the moving average in the mean line, going back into the confirmation of the setup. And this setup is going to be confirmed as long as we're closing over 103,450. That's pretty low. We're like $15,000 above that level. And notice how monthly broke all of these lows in momentum, but put in several higher lows, giving you multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence on the monthly. Pretty powerful to see that many drives of hidden bullish divergence on a monthly time frame, along with a volatility setup, which has been confirmed. And the monthly setup has a 100% hit rate in terms of direction to the upside and the downside, whereas the 5 day only has a 100% hit rate in terms of the upside. And keep in mind, this 100% hit rates are not going to always stay that way. You will get a failure eventually. Nothing is going to stay 100%. But probably best to assume that it's going to work out until it doesn't. Right now, your target would be right around that $130,000 area, considering you have 1, 2, and you're about to get your third close over that 78.6%. 130 keeps coming up over and over again. Quarterly is also positioned to the upside with volatility expanding from the lowest level ever, and we're going to be pointed up as long as we're over 108,200. 108 is basically what our first all-time high was on this cycle in around December. Didn't quite get that bearish retest as high as I would have liked. The momentum is still pointed up. 45-minute also pointed up. Very close to getting a silver cross. 30 minutes still looking bottomed, at least locally. I'm still counting on that bearish retest. If you want to take that short as well, you would either wait for the bearish retest of here or wait for a loss of this wick low. Then you could take the short. Although your reward is not very high from this zone, because you're looking for like 115s to 114s, and your risk, your stop loss would be here.
I see people doing 500x's all day, every day. So
500x
lie to me.
500x, you get liquidated the fuck out with even a slight bearish retest, because your risk is 1.26%.
Yeah, that's 500%, absolutely, of your money lost. So you would be
the 500% loss. It's like whenever I don't know if you've seen this one video on Twitter where this dude's brakes go out and he's about to crash into a Phantom and then he hits a Honda instead. Like he swerves his car, and his insurance company is probably thinking, "Thank fucking God." Minute also positioned. Yeah, look, all the low time frames are positioning for a bounce. Okay, now let's go back up. On all of the higher time frames, Bitcoin is still looking extremely bullish to me. We have hidden bullish divergence of forming on the quarterly. We have it confirmed on the monthly. We have a monthly volatility setup, which has been confirmed, which has a 100% hit rate of playing out in terms of the direction, which momentum is currently pointed up pretty heavily on the monthly. 2 week is also about to fire off that volatility setup. 5 days is in the process of firing off that volatility setup. We just need a closure to confirm it. And as of right now, it seems like that close is just going to be a formality because we are getting pretty good green dildos on the 5 day. We've gotten a 5 day close over our previous all time highs, and usually closing over your all time highs is not quite not quite bearish. It's a little what am I trying to say? It's a little off from being bearish, having closed over your previous all time highs, with volatility now expanding above that 15%. So what I'm thinking is with the low time frames and momentum being pointed up, is that we're probably going to get a bearish retest of somewhere around 118.5s, and from there we probably get another break into that falling pizza, falling wedge, whatever you want to call it. And at that point, the formation will be around 70 to 75% complete, and then we will see the real move on if we're going to break out from there or we're going to break down. I'm on the bias that we're going to break out, but if you lose about $114,000 on a daily closing basis, then it's probably kind of fucked, and you're going to retest somewhere between 108 and 110, and that's going to be the last line of the sand. Because at that area, if you start losing 108s, I'm going to be more on the side that the cycle top is in. Although I don't think that's going to happen. I think we're probably just going to get a move down into 114 to 115s and bounce from there and then go to all-time highs. And the invalidation on all of this is either getting, let's see, either getting a tick below 92,900 or a weekly close below 98,330. Don't think those are going to happen though. I think we will be hitting new all-time highs probably within the next couple of weeks, if max.
Give me 1 second. Thank you. I'm sending you boys on the chat. What's next? I've never seen this. Not entirely sure what it means. So I think this is a stock, but it has to be looked at in the UBD, but I'm not entirely sure. And then XRP. There you go. Sent.
Let me see.
Under the stock.
UBD. I don't see. I see UBDL.
If we can't find it, let me know and we can do something else. We can do hood.
Okay, cool. I can do hood.
Well, let me ask Abu, si estás viéndome, cabrón, ¿puedes explicarme qué vergas es eso? Por favor, para hacerlo después de esto. Perdón, cabrón. No tengo ni puta, o sea, no, yo tampoco encuentro lo de FEMSA UBD, ni no sé lo que sea UBD. Gracias. Ok, vamos a empezar con Bitcoin. Vamos con el Bitcoin. Justamente, qué bueno que estaba en este stream. Dios los bendiga. Estaba yo en un long y empezamos a ver todo esto. Alex empieza a ver y dice, uy, puede que venga una corrección. Y digo, ok, voy a cerrar mi long. Y me llevé pues, $500 a casa. Nada mal. Paga por la comida de hoy. Ya saben que la inflación es que está regresando con los aranceles. Ok, vamos a empezar con la trimestral en el índice de Bitcoin. Por cierto, esta línea que están viendo acá, estoy seguro si estuvieron en el último stream, es la había puesto en el último stream y esto es literalmente la zona que esperamos el retesteo. Una vez más, ¿por qué? Solamente un poco de clase de análisis técnico, brother. Porque normalmente cuando tienes un punto importante que es resistencia, mini resistencia y luego se vuelve soporte y tienes un breakout, la zona esa normalmente es retesteada. Y acá, si aguanta, es lo que te crea el movimiento más grande, el retesteo de la misma. Y ahorita estamos jugando básicamente la misma jugada en la de 1 hora. ¿Por qué? estamos cayendo el S&P 200, pero nosotros esperamos que aquí están baiteando a toda la gente que se meta en short sin llevarse este wick. Esta vela es una vela predatoria de engaño que te hace pensar, güey, ve, tiene el cuerpo muy delgado abajo, esto va a subir. Nel, es una vela de indecisión, nada más no se ve bien. Y ahora, esto que me dice, tengo un cruce plateado acá, esta es la de una hora, así que atentos. Lo que esperaríamos nosotros es el retesteo de la zona de breakdown, que es esta. Y cómo la puedes ver, es bastante fácil, honestamente. Justo. O si quieres ser, en realidad, a mí me gusta cómo se ve esto. Y la zona de retesteo va a ser más o menos por acá en los 118, 600, 118, con el EMA 100 también. Una vez que estemos ahí, tal cual como en el ejemplo que les di antes, en el de alta temporalidad, muy probablemente vayamos a ser el famoso, no vamos a caer y todo el mundo se va a trepar alcista y bolas, güey. Y ahí ya nos va a llevar a nuestro objetivo. Siempre, este es uno de los secretos más buenos en trading que puedes aprender. En la primera caída, cuando ves el precio hacer esto, no lo compres, porque no sabes si estás acá, 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 o si estás acá. ¿Y por qué no lo compras? Dices, güey, ¿cómo me voy a perder de esta gran oportunidad? Porque si baja, va a volver a rebotar. Siempre pasa esto. Donde encuentre el primer fondo, va a volver a rebotar y va a volver a ir a buscarlo. Y aquí, en este trade, en esta oportunidad, es la buena. ¿Por qué? Porque ya tienes una invalidación fácil si te quieres subir en long. Si me voy a subir en long acá, mi invalidación es que se lleve este wick de aquí abajo, el primero, el agresivo. Y ahí ya puedes agarrar el movimiento bien hecho para los dos lados. Siempre espérate al segundo golpe del mismo lugar. ¿Ok? No te lo vayas a llevar instantáneamente la primera. Esto lo aprendí a través de cagarla 1000 veces. Y es lo que estamos viendo en este momento. ¿Ok? Vamos a la de 3 meses. Estoy viendo el índice de Bitcoin para que sepan, la que tiene más información. Esta madre empieza desde el 2009. Casualidad de que fue cuando expandimos la deuda. Empezamos en verdad es poesía. Poesía. Can I share this with you guys just real quick? This is poetry. This shit came out October 2009. That's the index, right? 2009, October. That's when we decided that we were going to print trillions of dollars. And right now, 16 years later, the 16 years that Bitcoin has existed, today, the financial system literally solved the debt problem from that inflated debt that they've been creating through stablecoins, which is crypto and blockchain. Coincidence? Perhaps. Interesting as fuck. It's poetry. It's honestly poetry.
And it's funny just that everyone thinks that that's the bill or whatever that passed is bullish.
Yeah,
Very different to see.
you gotta love it though. You gotta love it. And by
Those
the way,
often make the easiest shorts. Easiest money is when everyone thinks the opposite, just because it's more like that game Telephone where everyone just starts spewing all the same stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. It's incredible. It's incredible.
Well, I mean, even if the bill was bullish, it probably would still cause a dump.
Yeah, you always get like sell the news events, right? Every single time. That's just how it works. It's so stupid.
Because you have all of the lemmings saying, "Oh, this new thing came out, time to long."
Yep.
It's like with Tesla. Whenever they announce something new and awesome, it dumps right after every single time.
Yep. Every fucking time. I think only once it hasn't dumped when that's happened.
Yeah, it's like a no-brainer short. Like whenever they announce the plaid, just buy some end of the month puts and zero drawdown, literally zero drawdown.
Incredible. All right. Thank you, boys. Esto es poesía, señores. Esto lo tienen que aprender para toda la gente que lo está viendo y que no comprende lo que estamos viviendo el día de hoy, honestamente, que es una locura. Bitcoin sale en octubre del 2009 o por ahí, ¿no? Esta es una vela trimestral, así que ahí estamos. La creación de Bitcoin, vamos a ponerle octubre de 2019. Al mismo tiempo que es la creación de Bitcoin, damas y caballeros, estos son 2 puntos, ¿ok? El mismo tiempo, paralelo, y esto es por lo que Satoshi es Dios, crean Bitcoin 2019, el 2009, hace 16 años. ¿Cuántos años tiene Bitcoin? 16. Al mismo tiempo comienza la expansión de deuda agresivamente en Estados Unidos. Aquí es donde ves la gráfica de la deuda de Estados Unidos simplemente hacer esto. ¿Ok? Y eso nos lleva a 16 años después, hoy, ¿no? Donde literalmente donde este año, damas y caballeros, aquí, 16 años después, el problema de la expansión de deuda es resuelto a través de las políticas monetarias de Estados Unidos con las monedas estables. Y esto es a través de blockchain, a través de Bitcoin. ¿Alguien me puede, por favor, decir en qué coincidencias creen? ¿Creen que Satoshi es la mejor persona del planeta? ¿Un dios? ¿El mejor amigo de papá Pitufo? ¿O Estados Unidos formuló algo tan genio que es difícil de creer la simple realidad? ¿Cómo lo ven ustedes? Cuéntenme en X, por favor. Ahorita acabando esto lo voy a poner. Alrighty. Ahora sí vamos al análisis técnico y dejar eso ahí. Es brillante, absoluta. ¿Saben qué? Me aviento uno de estos. Denme un segundito. Simplemente quiero bajar esa imagen y tenerla. Voy a borrar todas estas pendejadas. Ok, vámonos. Ok, listo. Análisis técnico específicamente, vamos a verlo. Estamos cotizando en 117,697 después de haber tenido un zampompazo a los 123, que es nuestro máximo histórico, me parece 123, 181 en el índice de Bitcoin, damas y caballeros. Ya saben que ustedes tienen diferentes cosas. Cuando analizamos un precio, simplemente vemos si estamos en una tendencia alcista o bajista, es lo primero que vamos a ver. Estamos en una clara tendencia alcista, donde altos, altos más altos, altos más altos, altos más altos se están formando y bajos, bajos más altos, claramente una tendencia alcista. La segunda cosa que vemos es si estamos por encima de nuestros promedios y qué tan separados están nuestros promedios por orden del más corto, la temporalidad más corta, que es el promedio del 9, al más grande en esta tabla trimestral, que es el 55, y están perfectamente en orden. 9, 21, 34, 55. Además, ve lo lejos que está el precio del promedio del 9. Esto indica fuerza en el mismo. Y eso es lo que hemos visto. Y desde literalmente octubre del 2023, con el cero de jamás, no hemos vuelto a tocar el promedio del 9 trimestral. O sea, ni una sola vez en el índice, que ha sido mucha más fuerza de lo que llevaban los rallies anteriores. Este rally, por ejemplo, de acá a octubre del 2020 y lo volvió a tocar en abril del 2022, pero cuando lo tocó se lo cargó. Entonces, aquí vamos a poner muchísima atención. Nuestro promedio del 9 está en los 74. Por ahora continuamos siendo alcistas, no nos vamos a preocupar por eso. Vamos a checar nuestra volatilidad. Volatilidad había estado expandiendo por encima del promedio por primera vez en la historia del punto más bajo, que fue acá, en el 21.35%. Una vez que trepó por encima del promedio, justo acá en los 26%, se dio este gran putazo para arriba a los 47%. Y ahora está no contrayendo, porque contrayendo es cuando baja del promedio, pero se está dando un poco la vuelta. Además, estamos a punto de dar una divergencia alcista en esta temporalidad y Momentum está apuntando para arriba, que es muy importante. Si ponemos el HPDR para entender nuestros niveles y ver dónde estamos parados, déjenme ver algo. No importa lo que haga esta madre, tiene que abrir así. Yo que estaba todo orgulloso de todos los shortcuts que conozco con esta chingadera. Denme 30 minutos a llegar a donde las velas se expanden una vez más. Bueno, la parte alta de la zona azul está en $303,000. Nuestra media está en 164,000. El precio está rechazando la media. La media sube, abrimos aquí abajo, tenemos una más alta probabilidad de ir a la parte a la media que ir a la parte baja por ahora. La parte baja está en $79,000 y la media en $164,000. Vamos a la tabla mensual. Mensual, están viendo por acá también, estamos rompiendo a la alza. Un segundito. Mensual, estamos rompiendo a la alza, tenemos nuestros promedios tal cual en orden, estamos haciendo altos más altos, bajos más altos y esta tendencia continúa. Nos llevaríamos toda esta, para que sepas, tu tendencia mensual alcista se compromete aquí, en los 74,000. Si te llegas a llevar los 74,000 para abajo, tu tendencia mensual empieza a volverse bajista. Así que por ahora no hay nada de qué preocuparse, solamente quiero que sepan los puntos donde estás viendo la tabla. Y además tienes también la correlación, obviamente, de este punto en la tabla con este. Y esto es literalmente lo que estábamos platicando acá, esta línea amarilla, el equivalente. Resistencia, 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 breakout, retesteo, golpe para arriba. Pueden entender por qué el 111 es tan importante para el tío Salo. Justamente es ese mismo punto de vista desde acá. Ahora, vamos a poner el HPDR. Tenemos volatilidad expandiendo. Lo pueden ver por acá. Estamos en 20% 63. Estamos haciéndolo ante este velazo verde. Y eso nos dice que el setup mensual en volatilidad nunca falla y va a dar continuación a la alza. ¿Hasta dónde? Estamos entrando en la zona azul. Al entrar en la zona azul, vamos a ir a buscar la media, que sería nuestro siguiente objetivo en los 145,950. Eso es lo que esperaríamos. Si llegamos a romper los 145,000, tendríamos que romper los 164,000 y de ahí los 230 para irnos a 300, para que lo tengan, empiecen a notar sus puntos de inflexión en este pedo. Vámonos a la de 2 semanas, 8 de la mañana. Está a punto de darse esta volatilidad, este setup de volatilidad. Estos son muy potentes a la alza. Este fue el setup de Hamas. Este fue el siguiente. Y pueden ver también, o sea, el siguiente, porque el de octubre 23 todo el mundo se acuerda, ¿no? Bastante fácil. Vamos a poner acá, vamos a poner una línea vertical y pueden ver el subidongo que dio desde ahí abajo para arriba. Y ahora estamos esperando otro de estos. Esperemos que sea a la alza. Esto debería ser a la alza, esperando a cruzar esta línea meme para considerarlo expansión. Una vez que tengamos expansión oficial por acá, vamos a empezar a ver movimientos a buscar la parte alta de la zona azul. Y más allá de la zona azul, si llegamos a tocar los $130,000 que es en la de 2 semanas, en la parte alta, deberíamos sin problemas de irnos al 50% que está ahí en los 145, que también es la media en la trimestral, ¿es la media? Me parece que sí, los 140 y tanto, 160 y tanto. Bueno, está cerca. Y la parte alta, el 61,8%. Estos movimientos normalmente te dan 50%, te dan más de 50%, pero me gusta medirlo en 50%. 50% te lleva justamente a los 177. Y si te lo fuera a dar para abajo, te lleva, un segundo, te llevaría a los $58,000. Así que vamos a mantener el ojo bien pelado acá. Hay varios setups dándose. Una vez más, el mensual está comenzando, 2 semanas está dándose. Estamos esperando la semanal del otro lado. Denme 30 horas. Ahí está. La semanal está metiendo la volatilidad una vez más debajo de nuestra línea meme. Se va a resetear por acá para después dar otro setup potente. Así que la semanal, 2 semanas, mensual, 3 meses, empiezan a tener setups interesantes de volatilidad. En la semanal estamos por encima de nuestra media. Nuestra media está por encima de nuestra línea. Esta media está en los 113,500, ¿ok? Y sería normal venir a tocarla. Y aquí es donde es importante este nivel, porque de tu media en los 113,500, el siguiente nivel que te debe de aguantar son los 109,000. Es justamente esta zona. Y esta zona es grande, 113 a 109. De perder los 109, vamos a ir mucho más para abajo, posiblemente a los 100. Solamente para que lo tengan en mente. Esperaríamos entrada en long en esta zona, aunque ahorita estamos esperando un retesteo, como había platicado al principio de esta explicación, de temporalidades más cortas. Vamos a la de 5 días, que también nos está dando un setup coqueto de volatilidad, como de que no, lo pueden ver por acá. Volatilidad nula en 2 periodos y ahora estamos a punto de expandir, estamos en 14,68% y vamos a ver esta vela, estábamos expandiendo pero luego no, así que esta vela se quiere convertir en verde e ir a la parte alta de la zona azul en $125,000. La media está en los 111,000, nuestro promedio del 9 está en los 110,000. Pueden ver por qué esa zona es crítica, justamente donde está esta línea meme. Esto de las cosas más fáciles que existen en este planeta, damas y caballeros. 3 días ya había tenido tu expansión de volatilidad y te la está dando hacia arriba. Eso quiere decir que lo que estamos viendo en este momento es una corrección. Y esta corrección nos puede llevar al promedio del 9, justamente después del pre-rechazo de la parte alta de la zona azul en los 122, y podríamos caer hasta los 112 o a la media que se encuentra justamente en los 111,500 junto con mi línea meme. Más y más dan apuntando a esa dirección. Diaria, 8 de la mañana. Diaria tenemos una expansión de volatilidad justamente que nos llevó a este tope desde acá abajo hasta acá arriba a los 123,100 y ahora estamos simplemente ante una corrección. Estamos por debajo de la media en la diaria en los 118,785, que es más o menos donde vamos a esperar ese retesteo para entrar en short. Si no, vamos a entrar simplemente en el long una vez que encontremos suelo. Y esto nos debería de dar más oportunidad de ir a la parte baja de la zona azul que está en $115,000 si es que no retomamos esta media en 8 horas y 28 minutos y de ahí el promedio del 21 nos debería aguantar en los 113,800 y si no el 34 y también la zona del 61% en estos 111. Esta zona es muy importante para el precio. 4 horas para que lo puedan ver en temporalidades más degeneradas. Estamos empezando a tener un poco de volatilidad a la alza. Tenemos que esperar este cierre que va a ser en 28 minutos y 18 segundos. Y si continúa expandiendo esta volatilidad a la baja, este 0P4 horas podría darse a la baja. Nuestro EMA 100 está justamente acá, el 55 casi no lo tomas en cuenta. Y el EMA 100 está en 114,440. Y el 88% coincide también con la línea meme por acá. Y el IMA, el SMA 200 en los 109,500, que es la zona de último recurso, básicamente. 1 hora es la que estamos viendo en este momento para poder hacer nuestro trade divino y esperaríamos no ir a la parte alta de la zona azul. No. Simplemente un retesteo o del promedio del 100 que está en los 118. Lo pueden ver ahí. En los 118 acá, o puede que ya te haya dado el retesteo acá en los 118,324 y vayamos a caer. Esta vela va a ser clave. Simplemente vas a shortear. Aquí hay 2 opciones para este short, ¿no? Si estás aprendiendo análisis técnico con nosotros. La primera, el promedio del 100 y para abajo. Entonces tu entrada sería acá, en los 118,600. O la segunda, que te lleves esto para abajo, los 117,400, vas a romper y vas a venir a retestear. Cuando retestees es donde vas a entrar en ese trade, no luego, porque puede hacerte el y se va para arriba y te va a eliminar. Así que todas las temporalidades, Bitcoin continúa, en las temporalidades altas, Bitcoin continúa siendo alcista, en temporalidades más cortas suena que estamos ante una simple corrección. Discúlpeme, me quito el HBDR. Estamos ante una simple corrección. Solamente quiero ponerlo así para que lo vean. Primer objetivo de esta corrección, 115. Segundo objetivo, 113. Tercero, 111,500. Y el último, 109. Si te llegas a llevar los 109 para abajo, olvídalo, estamos equivocados y esto va a ir a 100,000. ¿Ok? Y ahí tenemos que aguantar para poder continuar a la alza. Si rompemos los 100,000, todo se va a revertir, pero todavía no estamos ahí. Ahorita estamos esperando simplemente nuestra entrada. Esto tiene más cara de que simplemente vamos a hacer esto, rebotar, ir mínimo a los 130 y de ahí dar continuación a ese movimiento alcista hasta que se acabe. Necesitamos ese blow off top. Y también hoy tenemos las noticias que todo el mundo cree que son alcistas para cripto, que no tienen absolutamente nada de alcista para cripto. Pero no importa si la noticia es buena o mala, si la gente cree en general que es buena, vas a vender. ¿Por qué? Porque es sell the news, vende la noticia. Y toda la gente cree que todas estas cosas son buenas. Son unos putos cracks, tío. Son unos putos cracks. Vamos rápido a la dominancia de Bitcoin, que todo el mundo está hablando de alt season empezando y no sé qué. Obviamente nuestros alts están teniendo pompeos viendo esto, pero continúas ¿en dónde? En una tendencia alcista, sobre todo, ¿no? A fin de cuentas, si lo pongo en la semanal, lo puedes ver acá. La de 2 semanas es mi vista favorita de dominancia de Bitcoin. Ahora van a ver por qué. Ahí estamos. Nuestra dominancia de Bitcoin parece haber topado, pero en realidad el promedio del 21 lo está aguantando acá. Sigues dentro del mismo canal. Hemos visto esto antes, donde llegas hasta el 34 y después rebotas con fuerza. Aquí el 21 simplemente no lo hemos testeado desde el diciembre del 2024 y lo estamos retesteando. Debería de aguantar. Y de no aguantar la parte baja del canal, justamente está el promedio del 34, que fue el último que nos soportó y nos aguantó en el 2024. Y eso debería aguantar y continúa siendo alcista. Se ve básicamente como el peso contra el dólar en este momento. Así que esperaríamos acá el rebote o acá. Para la gente que cree que alt season ya empezó porque estás viendo Solana para arriba o Ethereum, las narrativas, vean exactamente dónde estamos. Estamos aquí abajo. Todavía no nos llevamos ni siquiera este alto. Así que no brinquen en FOMO todavía con todo esto de las altcoins y que no. La fiesta en este ciclo se trata de Bitcoin. Altcoins, por supuesto, se los dije, el paradigma está cambiando por completo, porque esto ya son herramientas del sistema financiero, que de nuevo no hubo noticias el día de hoy. Y estas, vean, qué bonito es entender este pedo. Y estas herramientas del sistema financiero claramente van a beneficiarse muchísimo de precios altos, pero la pregunta es, ¿nos vamos ya de aquí para arriba y nunca más vamos a caer o no? Y las otras monedas que no vayan a ser útiles se van a ir a cero, cero, cero. Todo este pedo de cripto, .com bubble, aquí está la explicación. Porque lo que sí funcionó fueron los sitios que traían tráfico y lo que no funcionó fue vender nombres de sitios. Y acá la paradoja o la similitud en las situaciones, las cadenas que vayan a ser usadas van a continuar y las que no van a desaparecer para siempre porque no hay necesidad de tener tantas. Y ahí lo tienen. Ahí lo tienen. Esto es lo que está pasando en estas chingaderas. All righty, sir. Let's go with.
All right, cool. BFMSA.
Sorry, I removed myself from this. I'm a fucking retard.
Oh.
There you go. Excellent. Fucking
I
Jesus.
think I found it. I think. I'm unsure. I guess you can let us know. This doesn't have too much volume, as you can see. Just kind of how the candles
That's
look.
it. That's absolutely it.
Okay, perfect. But we still do have some candlesticks. I can, at least go over what I see. We finally hit the weekly SMA 200. That was a big region. Bulls actually got a nice bounce from that point. This is looking very bullish to me, and it looks like it wants to break to the upside. We have weekly volatility actually reset with another zero volatility read. So a move is brewing here. You're above all major moving averages that I look at. Let me get the 5 off. Specifically here, you're holding that weekly 9. So we're just kind of watching 160 now. 160 should be the spot that you want to see the weekly actually hold. And what you saw last weekly candle close was that you didn't hold that. So as a bull now, you're just kind of waiting to see today if you can get back above that. Holding above 160 will mean that you're going to start testing this high. This one here. Right around like 162. Breaking that will give you a move or a bias at least of potentially testing this zone. That's around the 172 to 171. Let's see the HPDR here. Okay, cool. So you bounce off the bottom 38.2%. You do have a bias of going up to the median as long as you're holding above the 38.2%. At this point, looks like you are going to get the close. So now we'll have to really, if you have the HBDR, really gauge kind of where this shifts. With a weekly 38.2% breakouts have been pretty nice. This one, you see it broke out, you retested it, and then you started to move up. You hopped back within the blue zone, and so now going above that median, which again is just kind of using this wick high, would give you a move up to that, per the HBDR, $168.42. So good confluence like testing this high here. Exactly what I mentioned. So it all kind of just lies with getting above 160 and then reclaiming that weekly median. Let's check the monthly chart now. Oh, look at that. So the monthly is actually looking quite nice. You have multiple candle closures above the median. You're holding above that monthly 9. I like the weekly view a lot more than the weekly. You front ran that weekly SMA 200, which was theoretically almost the first tap. Got back above the EMA 100. Like this chart, it does trade very clean. Your uptrends are just very clean, and where you should bounce, generally, that is where you bounce. you can just see here, once you lost the 34, you tried to reclaim it, couldn't get back above the monthly 9, gave you a very nice move down to the EMA 100. But, obviously you still broke down. Last monthly EMA 34 test led to about a 32% move. So far, we've gone up about 11%. Testing those highs around 170 would be around a 18% move. 30%, yeah, it takes you around a 78.6%. Right around $193.97. So why am I looking at that? Well, you have a monthly volatility setup. Let's look at the last time this played out. Oof. So this was to the downside. This was actually what we were looking at. As soon as you lost essentially that monthly 9, this is like, you could argue it started to expand here. You then got that rejection. So then if you want, you could technically count it from here, because this is when bears were in control. How I like to gauge it when it's in this zone is, well, just taking it from the monthly 9, monthly 9, and then checking the rejection, and then, kind of measuring it out from there. Pretty epic, 43% up down on that monthly BBWP setup. But you also do know and mentally note that it was predatory last time. Here was a pretty easy one. Didn't even get the full expansion. Right from here up, basically 18%. From when we lost a moving average, started to reset it, 29%. Yeah, I'll just kind of from there, kind of tricky with this chart. So that was 2. So then, did you have another one here? No. So you've only had 2 in this chart's history. Now you have another one. Both have led to over 20% moves. Just taking that now for what we see, this would be technically postured to expand up. You are just holding above all major spots that you need to hold. It's right at support at 160. We'll be conservative with it from this point, 20% up. Yeah, right around 193 and then to the downside, which doesn't look likely right now. But again, watch that weekly close. 160 should hold. Anyway, that would take you right around that 130 region. Right at the bottom of the range, pressing right near that monthly SMA 200 again. Pretty devastating dump if that does occur. So if we know that, then, bulls absolutely need to hold. Off the back of the last monthly volatility setup, you're in the same range, same region. You rejected 160 and then broke down. Your trigger was just losing the monthly 9. So, that's pretty close to our meme line support. Makes it pretty easy. If you start losing this zone going into August under the monthly 9, that'll be implications for a move down to like 148. Losing the monthly EMA 34, yeah, will trigger a move all the way down to the 100. That absolutely needs to hold. It's like 136 to 137 is the last stand. If you don't hold that, yeah, you're going to capitulate down and possibly lower. So it all really does lie at 160. This kind of ties it up for you nicely. You're right at 160. You have a weekly close potentially today. Should be no reason why bulls don't really get that today, in my opinion. Like, you're literally at almost the weekly EMA 9. This should start moving up. Let's just see if we reclaim support. But yeah, no, not a bad chart. But then, you can just go to the daily and it just, kind of becomes unclear. Still holding above the quarterly 9. Potentially quarterly higher low is then. Implications for a move up to like that 170 region. Which again, we'll be testing these highs. We've seen that 171, 173 come up quite a bit. and that would be potentially a quarterly bearish retest. So just be aware of that. Can't, just negate that. It's a pretty big deal. So that does tell me that 170 region will be, look pretty strong resistance. Bears are going to try to push this down around there, giving you some divergence. Ideally, we don't take this high out, so maybe it won't look exactly like this, but maybe like this, maybe something like that. That would be dirty if that did occur. Don't think it will, just based on the monthly chart, but we'll just have to see. Look at that. It's right around the 170 region. Oh, look at that. Yearly chart and a breakdown. Bottom side of the 38.2% at 168.25. Wish it was 169 for the culture, of course. That'd be nice. You do see that median though. Essentially, it seems like if you start getting bi-monthly, quarterly close above January 2023's 2023 high, this will then be clear to go a lot higher. And I'm not gonna say $200, but let's just look back here. Well, maybe 191 to 200 definitely could be not out of the question. So that kind of puts in perspective where we're at, how big of a zone this is. You've seen rejections here before. You've seen fake outs on the monthly before. So it's really going to be important to see 160 hold. If you are a bull, you just need that to hold. It can take you up to the top side of this range. And then from there, you should be gauging that with mega caution, as I showed you. There's major setups that can take you to 200. So when you see that, and it's all in confluence, and it seems very easy, that's often a nice zone for bears to step in and kind of, come up and then do that. So just be aware of that. Just be cautious of that. Watch this high. And yeah, that's all I have on this chart. Very easy chart, though. Interesting chart. The monthly view does look bullish, though. I'll just say that. And you can just see the last time we were above the 9 and the median, it did lead to a pretty nice breakout.
By the way, these guys own Coca-Cola, Oxxo, and all that stuff in Mexico. It's FEMSA. I just realized.
Oh, good lord. So
Yeah.
they must be fucking loaded.
They have more money than God, sir. More money than God. And more power than God, because when you own the distribution for everything, you own it all.
Hey, just to let you know, I got the Tarjeta de Puntos for the Oxos.
You got
Real
what?
Mexican. I got the Tarjeta de Puntos.
Oh, do you? You're
Yep.
officially Mexican. Once you interact with Oxxo and you're a little percentage of your life starts depending on Oxxo, that's it. That makes you Mexican. You don't even need a passport.
So I go to Oxxo on almost a daily basis.
Yeah, of course.
And I make sure to swipe my Tarjeta de Puntos.
Well, man, and don't forget to get some water, people, while you're there.
Oh, of course. Always grab them at the Starbucks too. Whenever you're at
It's
Starbucks,
crazy.
pick up some water, people. Best water on the planet.
Yeah, that's
It is
crazy.
good water.
We're trying to get Starbucks 27,000 Starbucks for another product, which it's
That was actually
unbelievable.
that was really crazy. It actually blew my mind when I walked into the Starbucks and I was like, "Oh, is that water, people?"
So we don't play no games. We fucking do it up. That's it. I'm old, man. Come on. I've been working on that shit forever.
Hey, they got me
God.
some points too because I was in there at the Starbucks with my new girlfriend and I was like, "Hey, look at that. My buddy owns that company."
I can get you a
She's like-
free can.
and she's like, "Wow, really?"
That's fucking awesome.
Game is game.
Thanks, Alex. Alrighty, let's get to it. Estamos viendo FEMSA, ya saben, Coca-Cola, México, Oxxo, etcétera. Aquí estamos. Ahora, desde esto empezó a cotizar en 2004, tuvo obviamente su gran momento en el 2007 y después pito, como todo, en el 2008 al 2009. Y desde entonces ha estado en una clara tendencia alcista. Lo pueden ver acá y yo creo que no hay duda alguna. Déjenme, me aviento un paralelo rápido para ver si encontramos algo bonito por acá. Oye, Graciela, vamos a ver cómo lo vamos a hacer. Denme un segundo, tíos. Vamos a ponerlo acá. ¿Eso cómo se ve? Bien, bien. 2, 3. Déjame ver si lo voy a bajar más. Tiene más sentido. Acá. Ok. Tenemos este gran canal paralelo y estamos ante resistencia importante. Ok, es justamente lo que quería ver. Pero definitivamente, ¿en qué estás? Esto es una tendencia alcista, brother. Tienes tus bajos, bajos más altos, bajos más altos, bajos más altos, altos, altos más altos, altos más altos. Ahora, justamente donde está, esta es una zona súper importante. Y todos pueden ver el porqué, ¿no? Después de lo que habíamos platicado, yo me atrevería, si estuviera poniendo líneas memes, pongo una acá. Tal cual como la última que puse en Bitcoin. ¿Por qué? Resistencia, 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 resistencia. Por fin rompes a la alza, te engaña, vas para abajo y ahora estás por arriba. El nivel de los 152 va a ser muy importante para FEMSA poder aguantarlo, aunque personalmente creo que ya lo retesteó y ahora está en su camino al siguiente punto para arriba. Ahora, esto podría ser también un alto más bajo acá y ahí es donde tenemos que ver, o un doble tope, un doble techo en el pecho, ya sabes, la lecho, ¿no? Qué pendejo soy. Ok, también volatilidad está contrayendo, no tenemos nada por acá. Esto está apuntando para abajo. Vamos a la mensual. Mensual nos pone un poco en la misma fotografía. Estamos por encima del promedio del 9, de todos nuestros promedios y también en la trimestral, o estoy equivocado. Correcto. Esto es alcista, está en postura alcista y continúa en postura alcista. Tienes un cruce plateado justamente acá. Retesteo del promedio del 9 son oportunidades buenas para entrar, aunque a FEMSA le gusta jugar el juego más sucio de los que he visto. No estoy diciendo como empresa, pero en la tabla. Que quede claro, los quiero mucho, brothers. Los quiero mucho. Y poniendo el HPDR, pueden ver que estamos justamente por encima de la media. Ahora, hemos estado por encima de la media 1, 2, 3 meses. Este es el tercer mes. Faltan 13 días y 5 horas para cerrar. Si puedes cerrar acá, vas a tener más alta probabilidad de ir a esta zona del 171, donde podrías encontrarte con ese techo en el pecho blanco. El famoso doble techo en el pecho. Y acá podría ser un rechazo y un patrón de reversión. Pero si puedes romper los 171, 58, vas a estar literalmente del otro lado y tu siguiente objetivo debería ser el 61.8% en los $184. Vamos a la de 2 semanas. Ahora, ¿qué es lo que estás viendo acá? Volatilidad está expandiendo arriba del 15%. Permítanme tirarme una línea memosa. Pueden ver, entró acá, estamos por encima del promedio y volatilidad está oficialmente expandiendo, pero lo que yo creo es que esto no se está moviendo todavía para ningún lado. Así que el lado al que se vaya a mover, esto te va a dar un movimiento agresivo. La última vez que te di un setup de volatilidad fue esta caída potentísima que pueden ver acá. Te lo empezó a dar acá, pum, 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 bolas, güey, hasta abajo. ¿Y eso qué fue? ¿Un movimiento de cuánto? Denme un segundo para poder medírselas. Oye, déjame la mido, Gonzalo. También es una prox esto, 44%. Ahora vamos a dar eso, 44% para abajo y para arriba. 44% donde estamos, puta madre, nos pone casi ahí abajo y también nos pone una zona interesante porque aquí es justamente donde yo pondría una línea meme. Uf, interesante. Ok. Y si te lo fuera a dar a la alza, ese 44%, y ahora 95%. Ok, déjame ver algo acá. 44 te llevaría a los 230 y ese sería el 95%. Hemos visto esto en el 95% antes, en la parte alta, una vez, en octubre del 2009. Es muy difícil leer esta tabla. No sé por qué tiene tan poco volumen. Digo, no se mueve casi nada esta chingadera también. Así que vas a tener un ojo bien pelado en la mensual y con tu volatilidad, cabrón, si estás en esto. Vamos a la de 2 semanas, 8 de la mañana, Trump, Putin, Trump. Aquí estamos, arriba de la media, arriba del promedio del 9. Nuestro siguiente objetivo debería ser los 165. Ok, primero los 165, después tu máximo. Y si te puedes llevar tu máximo, 180 es su siguiente objetivo. Nula volatilidad en la semanal, estamos por debajo de la media, esta tiene más cara bajista que alcista, estamos por debajo del promedio del 9 también por acá, y nuestro siguiente objetivo va a ser la media en los 162, de poder romper los 162, nos vamos literalmente a los 168 y ahí a buscar nuestro máximo histórico, a ver si podemos romper ese doble techo en el pecho, y si no, tienes también probabilidad de venir a los 157, donde simplemente estarías retesteando el promedio del 21 antes de dar continuación alcista. Pero si estás por debajo del promedio del 9, va a ser importante que lo puedas mantener. La de 30 segundos a mi gráfico. Ahí viene. Ahí está. Diaria. No mames, no se ve nada. Diaria estás por debajo del 9 y el 21 y está soportándote el 34. ¿Qué es lo que quieres? En la diaria simplemente quieres estar por encima de $161. Si hoy puedes cerrar por encima de $161, volverías a zona alcista. Ok, listo para darte un análisis certero, coherente de tu asset favorito. Fácil. No aguantas esta línea, tu siguiente objetivo a la baja va a ser justamente los 150. De no aguantar los 150, vas a ir a retestear estos 139, donde está también el S&P 200. Si llegas a romper el S&P 200 para abajo, el setup de volatilidad en la mensual se va a dar a la baja y vas a caer hasta los $89. Si ahora empiezas a continuar chopeando de lado, quieres romper los 161 hoy, después quieres irte a los 165, después de los 165 a 170 y de 170 esperas romper esto para arriba y que no te rechace. Si lo haces, tu movimiento te va a llevar a los 230. Tienes las dos posibilidades. Tiene más cara de ser alcista que bajista, pero esta no me fiaría nada de esta tabla. No me gusta nada cómo está construida. En fin. All right, Mr. Farhan, what do you got? XRP?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Garlic Bread?
And for the second time, Garlic Bread has successfully called out the breakout on XRP. Because
You
if you
did.
do remember, we were extremely bullish on this for the past couple of live streams.
Mm-hmm.
And now
Well
we have
done.
hit
You
new.
own XRP. XRP's your bitch.
It is indeed, and now we have hit new all-time highs. Very beautiful.
The
Very
community
beautiful.
members must be static. They're about to round trip all of their gains again.
They're used to it now. They're used to round tripping.
This time
Nothing
is
new for them.
different.
I implore you, community members, this time at least take some profits at all-time highs. Just take a little
Please.
bit off the board.
Please.
Take a little bit. Take out $500, go to the strip club, get yourself a lap dance, and then when you walk back all of the other gains, at least you'll have gotten something out of it.
There you go. There you go.
On the quarterly, you have momentum flipping to the upside, which we mentioned in last month. What I'm trying to say, last month when the quarterly closed, that momentum was still flipped to the upside and is still in the bullish control zone, which is very interesting to see because Bitcoin was not looking so good at the time, and XRP was getting its momentum into the bullish control zone for the first time since 2017. In the 2021 cycle, despite XRP moving up pretty massively, like from the lows to the highs, we had a move up of 1,600%. Still, we did not make it into the bullish control zone. The only time that we ever made it into the bullish control zone was here. And after we made it into the bullish control zone, we got another move up of about 15,000%. Good fucking Lord. We're not looking for 15,000% now, not even anywhere near that. We're not even looking for 1/10 of 15,000%. We're just looking for a very cheeky 80%, 100%. Not too bad. What level is that around that $6 zone? Yeah, about 80%. By the HPDR rules, you would be going to the 78.6%. But the reason why I'm not saying that is one, mainly because it's a retarded number. It's $27. And
that dude, I'm telling you, I'm still traumatized with that dude. That dude, if he was listening to this live stream, he'd be like, "Exactly, and you don't believe it? Are you retarded?"
You're not believing your own indicators? Wow. I guess your bias trumps all, huh? I mean, yeah, the indicator says $27, but But indicators made for you to apply some of your own common sense as well.
Exactly.
And $27, just think of that. Just think of the sound of $27 XRP when there's people with millions of them, and it's like a couple $1,000 bucks. So if it goes to $27, everybody's gonna be a fucking billionaire then.
Exactly. Exactly.
So then no one's a billionaire.
Also.
And now, if you see, we're about to get a quarterly. We have a good amount of time left to go, but are over the previous all-time highs. And if we get a quarterly close over the all-time highs, that is going to be one of the most bullish things in XRP's history. Because the last time we got a quarterly close of our all-time highs was right over here, and then we got to move straight up to the 100%, basically unabated, uninterrupted move of 100%, and that was. Let's see, 1,200% to the upside. Quarterly, did we do any divergences? Let's see. No divergences. And there's still a bicycle on the jewel. Monthly is now, but just about to flip back up, getting right to the edge of the bullish control zone. It was very interesting to see on the last, not the last live stream, but the one before there, where we had mentioned that it was just about to get back into the bullish control zone, and at that point, Bitcoin was hadn't quite broke out above that 111 level yet. And it was very interesting to see that, because XRP was looking bullish before Bitcoin initially broke out last time around too. So was XRP lying or was Bitcoin lying? And it turns out Bitcoin was lying, because now XRP is putting in hidden bullish divergence on the monthly by taking out all of these lows, and we're just about to break back into the bullish control zone. And if that happens, that will confirm the hidden bullish divergence, and then we'll have volatility expansion from extreme lows. We're not quite at expansion just yet. We're still below the moving average, but it's working its way there. And right now, we're just about to get another monthly close over the 38.2% level. The 38.2% level, when we got a close over it last time around, we went towards the 88.3. Right now, the 88.3 is sitting at also a retarded number, so I'm not going to say we're going to go there, but I'm not going to say we're going to go to that number, but we likely will tap the 88.3% wherever it is whenever we tap it. Right now it's sitting at $13. It's a little high. I've made this known before, but my bias is somewhere between $5 and $6 for the cycle top of XRP. And even that is pretty insane, considering we started this journey at 30 cents. 30 cents to $6 is what, like 20x? I can't do the math. 2,000%. 2 week is also getting over the 38.2%, getting over the 61.8%, and over the meme line, with momentum breaking back into the bullish control zone. Volatility is expanding from extreme lows, and the jewel has lost the sell signal. Right now, we currently still have possible bearish divergence because we have a lower high on momentum. But to confirm it, you would have to close below about $1.96, which is a little bit unlikely at the moment. Weekly is also positioned to the upside with momentum in the bullish control zone. Weekly is also putting in some possible bearish divergence, but it's not a very significant drive, because it's pretty far apart. The last high was in November of December, and this one is in July, so it's not the most concerning bearish divergence, even if it is confirmed. And to confirm it, you would have to close below about $2.14. 5 days wells in the bullish control zone with momentum pointed up. Jewel's giving you a buy signal. Let's see what the low is for here. This low is about $2.07. This low is, it's a higher low, so there's no divergence. 2 days wells pointing to the upside on momentum, getting a little high though, getting around 87%, while the daily the volatility is also getting a little high, and you're tapping the 88.3%. As of right now, it would be more wise to assume that this would be more of a bearish setup, at least in the short term, as long as we are closing this candle as a shooting star. And the more probabilistic trade at this point for the short term would be a short with your stop loss at this wick high. So you're risking about, what is that, 8%? That is quite a bit. And your reward is down to this in your first level will be this 5 EMA, which is similar 8%, 1-to-1, and then this meme line, which is about 13%. This is the one where the trade starts to make sense. Not really worth it for 8-to-8. More worth it to scale into longs at this 5 EMA and then add on this meme line. And on the jewel, we're getting a pretty nice bullish cross with the pink crossing above the yellow, below the bullish control zone. Daily as well is kind of looking kind of bearish right now. Well, not exactly bearish, but due for a pullback, with momentum starting to shift down, volatility is contracting, and the God mode signal in the background on the jewel. Kind of looks like we're going to tap somewhere around that 320 zone. But as long as this 5 EMA is holding, this is in busting action mode. 4 hours already closed below the meme line. Now we're getting a retest. This would be the opportunity zone for a short on the bearish retest of that meme line. We are currently still holding the 9 EMA, which the 9 has been holding and sending us up to new all-time highs. So if we do break above this meme line, reclaim the 5 EMA, we very likely are going to get new all-time highs. And then you can cut, even if the stop loss doesn't get hit, you can just cut your short and flip long. Right now, 4-hour momentum is flipping down with volatility contracting, and the jewel is giving you a God mode sell signal.
XRP.
Yeah, I was trying to think if I wanted to do the Bitcoin pairing on the RSI or on the momentum. I do it on the RSI. I mean, on the momentum. Okay, quarterly. Oh, XRP is on the Bitcoin pairing is getting a nice breakout as well. Mentioned how closing over that 21 SMA was very significant because the 21 EMA has 21 has been resistance all this way through. We have this little bit of a diagonal meme line that we broke, and we are now solidly above that 21. And I had mentioned that this was looking like a bull flag. It's not quite confirmed as a breakout just yet. You would need to close over. Let me put a meme line here. It's not the second day you close over this level here is where you're likely going to be revisiting this breakdown point, and that's a massive move up on XRP. That's on the Bitcoin pairing like a 180 to maybe 200% move up. That's probably what takes us to like $5 or $6. And right now, volatility is expanding from the lowest level ever, with momentum pointing up. And unfortunately, you can't get the pivot. But you can know by the curvature that it's strongly pointed up. And we're about to break into the bullish control zone. This is the first time XRP Bitcoin pairing has ever been in the bullish control zone. It's never done it ever. And is there any divergence? There's also bullish divergence on the quarterly because we made lower lows on price while making higher lows on momentum. And the bullish divergence has been confirmed. Very interesting to see a quarterly bullish divergence with volatility expanding and reclaiming that 21 EMA for the first time ever. Monthly is very, very close to getting a silver cross as well. Probably 1, maybe 2 maximum more closes, and that silver cross will confirm. With momentum very close to flipping back up. It doesn't tell you the pivot, but you can see the curvature. The curvature that it's about to flip up. And if it does flip up here, the significance will be that it's maintaining the bullish control zone, which usually sends you up to the critical zone. And this is the first time XRP has ever been in the bullish control zone on the monthly. So it's likely to hold it for at least a little while and get some continuation. We are also over this 100. I'd like to see 2 closures of the 100 to confirm it because we did see a deviation before. But 2 closures over the 100 or 1 close over this meme line would be the confirmation to make the move up actionable. Before then, it's just an idea. Weekly is still flipped down. Yeah, weekly is still flipped down, but just like the 2-week curvature is starting to curve back around, and it's like you can't see the pivot, but within this next 1 or 2 weeks, it likely will flip back up. And you can tell just based off the candles. You'd want to see a closure of this 200 SMA for a confirmation though, which closing over the meme line would give you that. Weekly is now getting volatility expansion from extreme lows, with momentum flipping up, putting in a derp of life, and Europe pointed up. You can't see the pivot, but you can see it strongly pointed up. And we broke these lows here, while price put in a significantly higher low, giving you hidden bullish divergence on the weekly, which will be confirmed with, actually it's already confirmed on this candle here. And the higher low was how much percent higher? Let's see. It's about 180% higher of higher low. It's a very significant drive of hidden bullish divergence. Let's draw this. Brings us somewhere around this 5 level. And then this was the higher target that we had on the breakdown zone. That was the 180% move, I believe. Yeah, 180%. So our first level of resistance is going to be this 5s, and even that's a pretty huge move. That's like a 77% move in terms of the Bitcoin pairing. So XRP is looking very bullish on the Bitcoin pairing and the dollar pairing. 5-day as well is pointed up with volatility expansion from extreme lows. Looking like this meme line is going to be a magnet. Probably will reject it the first time around though. For 2 days, getting volatility expansion from many periods of 0%, and you're currently pointed up, entering into the bullish control zone. As long as you're, well, I forgot, you can't tell, but you can see the curvature is pointed strongly up. Daily is also flipped up with volatility expansion. Kind of looks like right now, if you do see a move down somewhere around this 2.7 zone for this 5 EMA, it's going to be the perfect the opportunity zone. And since you do have a fresh silver cross, you could see a move down to the 9. Although I think this is going to be one of those moves where the 9 gets dragged up to meet price action. I would be looking to get in on the 5. 4 hours now getting volatility contraction from many periods of 100%. Giving you the mean reversion from the move up, which would be a move down, and volatility is now momentum is now contracting. We made a higher high on momentum, so there's no possible bearish divergence just yet. But with momentum pointing down, that would give us a target of somewhere around that same level of the 2.7s, which taps that 21 EMA on the 4 hour. Okay. Quarterly momentum is on the Bitcoin pairing is also pointed very heavily to the upside, and thankfully, I mean dollar pairing, and thankfully this one we can actually see the pivot, and we are pointed up as long as we're above 92 cents, and we are putting in, I believe this is, yeah, bullish divergence because we did make a lower low with a higher low on price. Quarterly bullish divergence on the dollar pairing and the Bitcoin pairing, and we're still not in the bullish control zone just yet, so the divergence is not fully played out. And we've seen, I believe, a 500-something% move up since then. And the divergence, no, 765%.
Now.
And the divergence is still not played out. It's pretty wild. Monthly is also freshly flipping back to the upside, rejecting getting out of the bullish control zone. Monthly is putting in hidden bullish divergence, and it's going to be pointed up as long as you're closing over 262. 2 week is also flipped, getting volatility expansion from extreme lows, with momentum freshly flipping up. That's pretty insane. Putting in another hidden bullish divergence. Every single time frame has hidden bullish divergence on XRP, and we're rejecting the bearish control zone, and we're going to be flipped up above 290. Sheesh, this was the easy. XRP was the easy trade. Weekly is getting expansion from 0%, going for the double extreme, and we are going to be flipped up as long as you're above 281, and we're rejecting the bearish control zone. Wow, that was such a powerful move that the DMI flipped from red instantly to massively green, showing that there's more buyers than sellers by a huge amount. Because usually whenever it flips, it likes to slightly flip green, and then it flips bigly green. This one just flipped straight green. It's like the equivalent of when the jewel skips the neutral signal and goes straight to buy. 5 days, Wells freshly flipped up, rejecting the bearish control zone, volatility expansion from extreme lows. And we're about very close to getting a close of our previous all-time highs. Which, in simple terms, it's kind of bullish to see a close over your previous all-time highs. 2 days getting a little close to getting extreme on volatility. However, it's not quite there just yet because it likes to go to 100%. Sometimes it likes to top out in this zone. If we do get a candle close like this, this will confirm to me that at the very least the local top is in. And I wouldn't be looking for too deep of a pullback, more of a shallow pullback because of how XRP likes to move when it's really moving. And I would be looking to enter on the retest of this 5 EMA. But that is still an actionable and tradable move that's like double digits. And by the curvature, it's pretty close to curving down. It will curve down, and tomorrow we close below 351. And daily is still positioned to the upside. Daily is likely not going to flip. Oh, daily is actually very close to flipping down as well, actually. I misread that number. Daily will flip down with a close below 336. So if the daily flips down today, very likely the 2-day will flip down. That's when we get that pullback. 4 hour is now flipped down with volatility contraction from many periods of 100%. We're giving us that mean reversion, and we are going to be flipped down as long as we're closing below 358, giving me that target of somewhere around like 320, which goes along with the Bitcoin pairing testing that many zeros 27 area. On the high time frames, XRP is looking extremely bullish. It was looking a little questionable at first when we had this massive shooting star, but now we've taken out the high of it and invalidated the indecisiveness. And XRP is once again in price discovery, has hidden bullish divergences basically across the board. Every single time frame has either a regular bullish divergence or a hidden bullish divergence. The Bitcoin pairing is looking like it has a massive change of structure, finally getting back over that 21 EMA for the first time in XRP's history. It's never been over the 21 EMA. It's getting into the bullish control zone for in many different time frames for the first time in XRP's history. The only in the medium time frames, it's entering the bullish control zone for the first time since 2017. It's looking like we're probably going to go towards somewhere around $4 to maybe low to mid $4. I'd expect somewhat of a pullback in that zone there, and then eventually towards somewhere around 5, like mid to high 5s to maybe low 6s. And the invalidation on all of this is either getting a tick below $1.61 or a weekly close below 190. Either one of those two things, and likely this is going to retrace the entire move and go back below 50 cents. But I don't think that's going to happen. I think we're probably going to continue this breakout.
Sounds good. Thank you, sir. Very bullish. Very, very bullish. We're going to continue with Robinhood next and then Oxy. I'm not entirely sure if Oxy's a real thing or if we're speaking of the drugs. But if we're speaking of the drugs, I'm sure it's
wonderful.
It's
we're looking at oxycodone.
By the way,
Let's
that
go.
have you seen that Open Door has blown absolutely the fuck up?
Open door, really?
Door.
Let's see that. Oh.
Remember,
Yellow.
we're like, why does anyone want to buy these chart, whatnot? He just blew the fuck up.
It was like, well, let's just, yeah, that's hilarious.
hold my
it
beer.
did actually. Yeah, hold my beer. Wait a minute here. Damn.
Crazy.
Hey, still just a bearish retest though.
Exactly. It's still a big move though, but yeah.
Yeah, like we're about to test just that quarterly 9.
287% monthly candle. Holy fuck.
That's
The
pretty
weekly's
good.
up almost 2x.
Yeah. Not bad.
It's right at that monthly 21.
Let's me 1 second. Lucid had a nice pump yesterday. Ok, ahí les va. Tenemos XRP aquí, damas y caballeros, niños y niñas, aquí lo tenemos. XRP, habíamos visto, esta fue una de las mejores llamadas de que se aventó Farhan diciendo en esta consolidación que esto se veía súper alcista, estando más o menos por acá en julio. Y vean el golpe que ha dado esto. Literalmente desde entonces hemos tenido un pompazo a altos históricos de 600 y cacho por ciento. O sea, hace una verdadera locura esto. En la de 2 semanas también tienes volatilidad expandida. Es una mamada. XRP salió hace bastante, tenemos datos desde el 2013, habíamos hecho techo en el pecho en el 2018, luego en el 2021, pero en abril, pero no hicimos un alto más alto. Y ahora estamos justamente acá ante el alto más alto del 2018. Lo habíamos roto por poco y ahora ya lo rompimos a gusto. Estamos en 3.6, antes estábamos en 3.4 y justamente ahorita en realidad está retesteando esa zona. Si te pones si simplificas toda tu vista acá y pones acá una línea meme justamente donde está esa vela, dame un segundo para hacerlo bien. Justamente estás ahí, literal. Entonces, una vez que quieres ser alcista, simplemente por encima del 3.4 o bajista en poca temporalidad, porque esto se ve alcista de a madre. En la trimestral lo estás viendo. Mensual, además de que habías tenido tu volatilidad, tu expansión de volatilidad, en la mensual no estás contrayendo en volatilidad, pero tienes divergencias alcistas también con momentum apuntando para arriba, igualito que en la trimestral. Y en este momento nuestro promedio del 9 está en los 200, en los 2.3. Es bastante lejos de donde está el precio en este 3.4. Estamos teniendo la reventada a la alza. Ahora, atentos. Arriba de esto, de los 3.3, 3.4, como lo quieras ver en esta consolidación, esto es el patrón de tasa que siempre mencionamos. Y el objetivo de este patrón es agarras el punto más bajo de toda la consolidación y lo pones donde está el breakout. Y este breakout estaría acá. El objetivo de este movimiento debería de llevarte, y atentos, a los 650. 650, si es que sea todo el movimiento, eso debería de ser el objetivo de este movimiento que estás viendo en XRP. XRP está en 3.4 en este momento. ¡Qué puta locura! 2 semanas tiene un setup de volatilidad junto al mismo tiempo. Estás viendo en la de 2 semanas, habías tenido el setup mega, el que estaba viendo Farhan, que reventó a la alza, que nos dio ese 600 y cacho por ciento. Tenemos otro calentándose. Si el último nos dio eso, digamos, si solamente podemos ser la mitad, nos llevaría a esos números que estamos hablando. Pueden verlo por acá, esa expansión de volatilidad por encima de la línea meme y encima por el promedio, empujando a la alza con fuerza en la de 2 semanas. Ahora estamos ante la resistencia justamente acá. Vamos a ver con el HPDR ya más de cerca, que es mejor en temporalidades cortas. Y podemos ver, estamos arriba del 61.8%. Ahora, por el amor de Dios, esto solamente es un indicador. No crean que esto es cierto. Aunque todo puede pasar en este planeta. No, ok, este no está tan mal. El 78.6% está en los 5.8 y eso es bastante posible. Ya el 88% está en los 9.24. Ahí yo ya me voy a poner de escéptico, es decir, que tal vez no sería ideal. No quieres perder los $3.2, que es justamente donde está el 61.8%, porque eso te daría otra corrección al 2.9. Semanal, a las 8 de la mañana. También tenemos una explosión en volatilidad. Lo pueden ver más firme que el tío Salo en las mañanas. Aunque esté viejo, sigue empujando el tío Salo. Tranquilos, tranquilos. Y en este momento justamente estamos entre el 68.1%, la zona azul está aquí abajo. Estamos teniendo este breakout. Siguiente objetivo son los 3.81 y si podemos romper los 3.81, 647, que literalmente ese es el puto número que les había dado hace rato con el movimiento. No lo puedo creer. qué locura. 3 días. Todo esto, todas estas temporalidades también tienen divergencias alcistas. Volatilidad explotando igual a la alza. Ahora está llegando la parte alta, pero cabrón, le gusta esto, estar en extremos y puede continuar empujando. De poder romper los 388 a la alza, vamos a ver los 620. Eso es la de 3 días. Vamos a la diaria. La de harina. Andamos consolidando justamente por acá en el 88.3%. Yo creo que vamos a necesitar tantito más de esto, pero una vez más, vienes con un setup de volatilidad, está impulsando a la alza, pero esto se puede ir al 100% y quedarse ahí por un rato, así que no me voy a sorprender. ¿Quieres romper los 3.6 para poder ir a los 4.41? Ese sería tu siguiente objetivo. En todas las temporalidades, esta madre se ve súper alcista, tiene cara que va a tal vez corregir un poco en estos días. Objetivos y sencillos para todos ustedes. Puedes venir acá hasta el 3.3, bastante saludable todavía. La zona que no quieres perder son los 2.9. Te gustaría aguantar los 2.9 porque si no aguantas 2.9 vas a ir a los 2.7 y de ahí a los 2.6 y abajo de 2.6 se empieza a poner mal la cosa. Pero por ahora tiene cara que va a dar continuación. Simplemente vas a tener que ver dónde vas a poder entrar en este trade. Si esto lo va a hacer así, si lo va a hacer así, se va a seguir para arriba. Si es que estás agregando a la posición que tienes de XRP. Pero por ahora, hasta metiéndote en la de 4 horas, te va a contar la historia. Puedes ver que estamos por encima del promedio del 9 en los 3.4. Quieres simplemente aguantar esta línea. Si puedes consolidar por encima de esta línea, tus siguientes objetivos van a ser 3.88. 3.88 se va a 4.40 y de 4.40, 6.20. Y eso es lo que esperaríamos de XRP. Estamos equivocados si tenemos cierres debajo de esta línea meme en el 2.54. Abajo de 254 estamos cambiando, revertiendo toda esta subidota y se cambia la tendencia. Doble extremo, nada mal, en la de 4 horas en XRP. Potente, damas y caballeros, potente, presente, directamente al punter. Y aparte, tenemos XRP BTC, por supuesto que lo tenemos. También XRP BTC, vean esto. Voy a poner la mensual. Estamos rompiendo por encima del promedio del 100 y literalmente si nos podemos llevar este número que es 403419 a la alza, XRP va a explotar. Y ahí lo tienen. Alex, whatever. Oh, Hood's next?
Yeah.
What's good in the hood?
Yeah, we're going to make it out of the hood with this one.
That's right.
But really, though, honestly, bulls have successfully made insane money on this trade. Even going, let's just go to the monthly, kind of puts in perspective. Let me get this rainbow chart off. So yeah, I mean, Hood's being insane, going absolutely parabolic. We do see here monthly volatility can easily hit extremes. So it seems to me like we are in the extreme zone, but we absolutely can actually hit extremes, it seems like, which means that this volatility on the monthly goes to 100. Hood's very strong. We're gauging this almost monthly divergence. It's all bears could really talk about. You never have lost the monthly 9 since it simply got reclaimed February 2024. And any move down to the EMA 21 on the monthly was the extremity low. This chart has just been in a solid uptrend as well, consistently making higher lows and higher highs. And now where are we and what can we really dissect from this chart? Well, we're just slightly in no man's land. I mean, even if you look at it on the monthly HPDR view, you blew past 100%. You couldn't even retest the $75.81 region, which granted still can happen and would be bullish, but this chart's just kind of in a wait and watch mode. If you're not positioned long, if you are positioned long, you know, congratulations, good job, but also understand that we very well can retest this region eventually. Now, I'd want to start seeing simply the weekly 9, and in this chart, we definitely can use the 5 to continue to hold. We can see here that the weekly EMA 5 has just been honestly guiding bulls to heaven and juicy profits. And I don't see why that would continue to stop. You're even now getting volatility contraction, but it really hasn't done much for price, actually. Bulls are actually potentially shifting volatility contraction in the midst of a pump, which is very bullish to see, which tells you that, you know, if that is the case, then yeah, this can keep going up while even weekly volatility starts going down. So, you know, in really summary, you're just kind of waiting to see the weekly EMA 5 reaction in confluence to the monthly EMA 5. Because on the daily here as well, I mean, you are putting potentially now a shooting star. That is significant because that can at least give you a bias that, okay, yeah, maybe we do end up gap filling this zone around 107, 106, 57, potentially even going to the daily 9. The chart's been so strong on this pump up, we haven't even been able to hit the daily 9. So that should be the first zone always on your chart. Losing that then will give you a bias because you can just see on this whole way up how strong the daily EMA9 has been for Hood. We're most likely going to get a deeper pullback and probably going to go towards that, daily EMA21. There, if the 9 has been holding this strong, should be gauging for some kind of reaction off of that 21. Now, do we rally up to the 9 and then roll over, reject, and then lose the 21? We won't know until we get there, but this is really strong. So yeah, we have a shooting star here. We know that shorts are going to be using that. Hasn't confirmed yet, by the way, but if we do close a candle like this, will be confirmed. So then bears will be using this wick high as their, reference. And at minimum targeting around, $101, like 101 to 103.50. You get your gap fill, you get your daily EMA9 retest. And then there you should just watch and wait to see if you start losing that. We can go more lower time frames now. I think this chart has the volatility to actually play even an hourly. Yeah, look at that. Even in the hourly, you have a gap. So, I mean, you do have a bias of coming down. It's just more of, is that, I'm going to lose the 34 even on the hourly, giving you, again, a deeper pullback to like that $96, $95 region, which we talked about being right around, if it wants to load, right around that EMA 21, right? So it's like you can even play the lower time frames and gauge the daily moving averages. Loses 34, daily EMA 9 most likely gets lost. You can make your way down to that region, around $96. Lose that, you then go lower. That's just on the hourly, and I'm sure the 4-hour looks solidifies that nicely. You see the 34 here is going to move up on the 4-hour right around $96, so around that hourly EMA 100, daily EMA 9. $21 on the daily. The point being is that lower time frame trading, you can't play this. But even so, you just open on a gap up. So now it just left like a nice gap on the chart. These have been filling, and when we had these in the past in lower time frames, they do generally get filled. So just be mindful of that. Very strong chart though. I would be gauging like $76 as an opportunity zone. If you end up getting that zone needs to hold. If you start falling back below $76, that possibly puts us within a new range. Could even use this zone, and then you could just say if you start losing $76, most likely going to get a move to $60 flat. Lose $60 will give you a move down to like $38. Pretty bad, but you just simply saw that here. Wicked up, rejected, and then you came up, rejected the $60, and then from there went all the way down to like $8 or $9. Even lower here at $6. So now it's trading at over $100. It's pretty epic. But we just want to understand that it is a strong chart, but we do need to hold $76. So yeah, that's all I can offer. Pullback at best, taking you to the daily 9. If you lose the daily 9, that can give you at least more of a gauge, I guess, to say that maybe then we'll go into that $76 region. But until then, you can't really be talking about $76 when you have an EMA 5 holding this strong. So I just be gauging the daily 9. That's a good zone. Maybe the 21. And then you can, like I said, just use the lower time frames to kind of gauge how the daily will shape up. So yeah, not the best candle on the lower time frames. So again, maybe we're gonna get that gap fill, but just play what you know on this chart. It does allow it. You have.
Damn it. One second. Thank you, sir. Okay. Esto es Hood, Robin Hood. Ramón, preguntas que si es buena idea meterte acá o si ya está muy caro. Y yo sé que lo estás viendo a largo plazo. Es siempre difícil decirte en este tipo de escenarios. sobre todo cuando está empezando un breakout. Y yo sé que para mucha gente esto ya tiene cara de que pues reventó a la alza, güey. O sea, estamos hablando de mínimos acá de, un segundo, low, 6.81 y estás en $100. O sea, has hecho bastante dinero en esto si compraste esta acumulación de aquí abajo. Y también, si honestamente escucharon cuando dijimos que Robinhood iba a tokenizar sus acciones, las iba a meter acá y compraras Hood y comprar y Ethereum. O sea, ha sido un festival de ganancias. Este es el patrón de la tasa y agarradera, tal cual. La parte de la agarradera la voy a considerar acá, ¿ok? ¿Y cómo medimos este tipo de patrones? Pues en realidad puedes considerarlo hasta acá arriba para que sea completo. Y la razón por la que sí lo consideraría desde aquí arriba es porque, espérame, a ver. No, no puedo. Ok, por más que quiera. Lo usaría con esta línea. ¿Por qué? Porque la consolidación ocurre acá y este fue lo que fue tomado como el punto alto. Entonces, ¿cómo medimos esto? Vamos al punto más bajo de la tabla que fue acá en los 680 y lo ponemos donde es la zona de breakout, que es literalmente esto. Y esto nos debería decir hasta dónde debería llegar este movimiento. Y si lo ponemos en la zona de breakout, puedes ver que 124 debería de ser el objetivo de todo este movimiento que se ha estado dando acá en esta consolidación. Hood también ha tenido volatilidad en la de 2 semanas expandiendo y continúa expandiendo. Y a lo que continúa expandiendo va a continuar yendo a la alza. Esto es alcista en todas las temporalidades, ¿no? En la mensual, donde te lo quieras poner, es alcista. Ve lo lejos que estás de todos tus promedios. Tu promedio del 9 en la de 2 semanas está apenas en 67. Nos tenemos que acercar bastante para poder decir que el promedio del 9 ahora está en los 82, va a coincidir con esta línea meme. Ahora, tienes una zona de breakout y te entiendo el FOMO, ¿no? Pero esta zona claramente es una zona muy importante para el precio de Hood. Normalmente cuando tienes, y vamos a ver si es cierto, tienes este tipo de zonas, vas a venir a retestear una vez más, ¿no? Antes de romper. Rompes a la alza, pum, lo tocas y simplemente te fuiste para arriba. Ahora, la esperanza estaría que con la confluencia que esta fue tu zona de breakout junto con tu promedio del 9, tengas una oportunidad a algún punto de comprar en los $85. Eso sería la oportunidad de oro. La siguiente son los $100, la oportunidad de plata. Y la de bronce es comprar ahorita. ¿Y qué te dice que te va a dar continuación esto y que va a continuar subiendo? Es que no hay nada que te diga que no. O sea, no tenemos esta vela que tiene cara de una vela topera, pero esto normalmente en este tipo de situaciones puede ser una trampa para que no te trepes o vendas y no te quedes ahí hasta los 124, que es el objetivo del movimiento en total. Por ahora, tu primer paso va a ser perder $100. Si llegas a perder $100, eso te va a abrir ventana a buscar estos 86, tal vez $93. Pero fuera de eso, esto es mega, mega, mega alcista. Y también tienes acá tu promedio de tu volatilidad a punto de ir a encontrarse con el promedio y reventar a la alza. Ahora, no te quieres adelantar a esto. Déjame ver en el HPDR rápido acá. Ve dónde estás ya en la diaria, en el 88.3%. Si esto expande, te puede llevar tranquilo al 97%, que coincide 122 con el objetivo que tiene el movimiento total que les enseñé del patrón, y eso básicamente consolida lo que estamos diciendo. Si le pongo la de 2 semanas y pongo el HPDR, a ver, no hay tantos datos, no me fiaría exactamente. Ya estás en 100%. Vas a necesitar una consolidación por acá. Podría seguir empujando hasta los 124, pero retroceso a los 100 a comprar, retroceso al 85 a super comprar. Abajo de eso, wow. Y obviamente todo esto podría cambiar si vemos un mercado mega, 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 mega bajista. Eso sería el caso. Pero por ahora esta madre está bastante, bastante fuerte y no hay de dónde sacarle casos bajistas. O sea, vamos a ver la de 4 horas. La de 4 horas probablemente es esa vela. Es que no hay nada. Simplemente esta zona en los $100 sería lo único que se ve en cualquier temporalidad. Pero pues, ahí tienen Hood, bastante fácil, honestamente. una vez más, nuevo sistema financiero fue inaugurado hoy, cabrones, y nadie está hablando de esto y esta es una parte fundamental de él. Tal vez no fundamental, pero pues va a experimentar mucho volumen Hood, por lo que yo me trepo a la idea que se va a 124 y ahí yo vería una vez más, reanalizaría. Porque yo personalmente ya saben que tengo un bias de que estoy esperando un blow up top, eso coincide con los 124, 130, 140, lo que sea, y de ahí una corrección. ¿Qué tan pesada va a ser esa corrección? Ya veremos, va a ser paso a paso, pero por ahora es lo que yo estaría esperando, que sí llegue a esos objetivos más altos. A largo plazo va a valer la pena comprar aquí. La última vez que la tabla estuvo, perdón, esto es la diaria. La tabla nunca ha estado acá, para que lo tengamos en mente. El último alto habían sido 85. Yo creo que comprar en 85 va a ser una buena compra a futuro. La mejor de toda la historia sería los 66. A futuro, a futuro. Por ahora no sé si, por ejemplo, ahorita me preguntas, ¿quieres meterte acá a Robinhood? Personalmente no estoy interesado en eso porque pues, está muy caro y creo que va a poder subir más. Podría, pero también técnicamente no cambiaron tanto. Pudieron ofrecer SpaceX y otra acción tokenizada. Y más allá de eso, lo que les va a hacer dinero a Robinhood también va a ser el hecho de que pues todos sus clientes van a comprarles tesorería para que ellos cobren renta y ustedes le paguen por la casa y esa renta pues se la quedan ellos. Así que muy inteligente. Eso no creo que amerite que esto explote de la noche a la mañana al punto que está haciéndolo, por lo que yo esperaría que después de que encontremos nuestro blow off top, esto tenga un buen retroceso junto con todo el resto del mercado, pero podría estar completamente equivocado. Nunca es recomendable comprar en altos históricos y es donde estamos ahorita. Así que ahí lo tienes, mi estimado. Ok. Oxy was next, right?
Yes, Oxy.
The fuck is Oxy?
Oxycodone.
No, aside from the mega drug, aside from my favorite drug in the world. I'll suck your dick, man. Just give me some of that Oxy.
Legalized version of heroin.
Yeah, I mean, it's the one that doctors prescribe. Don't take the heroin. You take it in this form so that I can get a little commission every time you go back, you fucking dirty drug addict. All right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, take your Oxy. There you go. Go home.
Oxy and leverage.
Yeah, it's literally like I think Oxy and Adderall are the two drugs that are chemically basically identical to the street versions, like meth and heroin. Basically identical.
It's pretty fucking sweet. Good for everyone doing it.
Let me quickly.
Hopefully you boys aren't sucking dicks on the street or in the back of an alley to get your drugs. But if you have to do what you need to do to get your pills, dude. You know?
Yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah, if it's a scary black guy and you're gonna have to suck it, just enjoy it. Just think about you are in like all the white girls fantasy in Newport Beach that go to Joey's, and just picture yourself like that, like a MILF at Joey's, just getting some BBC, and then just get your pills.
115 800. 1 second. I'm entering my TP, and there we go. I have now added to my short.
You disgusting animal.
Occidental Petroleum Corporation.
No way.
Petroleum company? That's pretty gay. I was expecting drogas.
Very lame.
¿Dónde están los drogas? Let's start with the HPDR first, and then end off on momentum. Oh, this looks quite bearish, heavily bearish. All right, I'll do the quarterly because it has enough data. We have several quarterly closures below the 38.2%. We have a bearish retest of the 38.2%, and then dump from there. We have a bearish retest and a loss of the 100 EMA, and you're trying to get a bounce, but you're rejecting the 61.8% right now. As long as you are above this wick low of around $34.78, it is more likely that you will continue to see a bounce to retest somewhere around this 38.2% and this 100 EMA around like $50-ish. So to lose this wick low, that's where you're likely going to dump pretty hard to retest somewhere around this mid $20 zone. And at that point, I'm going to be more of the opinion that this thing is going to break down very heavily, and that our next local macro lower high is in. This is already confirmed as a local top, but not confirmed yet as the macro top. But that will be confirmed for me once you start to lose this wick low, and specifically this 200 SMA. And then I would be expecting to break these lows next around $9, and then this thing is probably going to go towards somewhere around like $1, maybe $0. Who knows? Let's see if we can get an idea of what downside targets could be. Oh, $2.40. Wonderful. From $43. Well, momentum is trying to pick back up on the quarterly, still in the bearish control zone, still below the moving average, while volatility is still expanding. The jewel is giving you a heavy sell signal. It's looking like dog shit, like white dog shit. The monthly has a fresh silver cross to the downside. You have a rejection of the 38.2%. It's just looking terrible. Right now, momentum is breaking out of the bearish control zone. We do have some bullish divergence on the monthly. It will confirm with any close over $47.33, which will also reclaim the 38.2%, which is why I don't think that will happen. A little unlikely. If it does happen, then hey, the bulls can get another nice juicy move up, still not reversing the trend, but then making it more possible to reverse the trend. Because you can confirm that bullish divergence, you're probably going to be testing somewhere around this top 38.2%, around like mid $50s to $60. And at that point, then it becomes a real possibility to break this previous lower high and send it back up to our previous cycle highs or previous all-time highs. But right now, the trend is to the downside, so you should assume that it will remain so. The jewel is giving you currently a buy signal on the monthly, and it has a close on it, so it has confirmed that. And this is the first time we've gotten a buy signal in the bearish control zone on the jewel since 2020. So one thing to note though, that after we got the buy signal, we did make a slightly lower low before we got the busting action, and that lower low gave us bullish divergence, and then we went up. That definitely is still possible now. We could do the same thing, get a bearish retest right here, rejection, make a slightly lower low, put in bullish divergence, and then send it up. Let's go to 2 week. 2 week is also flipped up on momentum, into getting into the bullish control zone. But notice we're breaking these highs on momentum, while price is making a lower high, giving you a possible hidden bearish divergence. And that will confirm with any close below $41.65. And your easy target on that divergence is going to be another retest of these lows around $34, but you're likely going to be breaking that at that point and going to go somewhere around the 88.3%, which right now sits at about $29. So that mid 20s target. Right now, the jewel is giving you a buy signal. It's breaking out of the bearish control zone, and you already seen pretty decent bounce from that. From a close, you've seen around a 25% bounce. Pretty respectable. On the weekly, momentum is starting to shift down, still above the moving average, but just about a break below it. It likely will if you lose this 38.2% on a closing basis. That happens, this whole rally is likely going to be erased, and you're probably going to be going down to these lows in the 30s. And then eventually that mid-20s number. 5 days, well, starting to freshly flip to the downside, going along with losing that 38.2%, kind of looking like somewhat of a Bart Simpson formation, which usually ends up to the downside. 2 days, well, 2 days currently pointed to the upside. Volatility is expanding. It's interesting. We are currently holding this 38.2%. So if we can continue to hold this 38.2%, we should see another move up into the 100. You lose the 38.2%, which doesn't look like it looks like we will lose it, that you're going to be retesting somewhere around those 30s. The jewel went into a neutral, but now starting to lose that curvature, and it does look like it's going to shift back into a sell. And if it loses the 38.2%, likely does shift back into a sell. Daily as well as flip to the downside, Volatility is now in the expansion phase, and the jewel's giving you a sell signal. Pink, and you have the pink still below the yellow and dark blue below everything else. Pretty bearish. You want to see a loss of the 55 EMA on a daily closing basis, and then at that point, your next lower high is very likely. And the confirmation of a local top is going to be with a close below 42.05. 4 hours currently flipped up on momentum, going along with the bounce that we've gotten. Very likely that bounce is already played out, considering we've gotten a test of the 38.2% and rejection, and we have volatility currently pointed to the downside, telling you that whatever move up we get is likely going to be a lower high. And right now, the jewel has confirmed a very bearish cross with a pink crossing below the yellow. As long as this high, as long as we're below 44.54, it's very likely the next lower high is in.
I was wondering if
Wow.
you were there.
6 month is pointed freshly to the downside, rejecting the bullish control zone. Ooh, and it's putting in hidden bearish divergence. That's not good at all. And we're getting a double extreme now on volatility. The first extreme was in 2006. Wow, 19 years ago. We have now we have this confirmed as our next major lower high in a series of lower highs. And what follows a lower high is usually a lower low. And momentum is going to be pointing down as long as you're closing below $53.27. Quarterly is now getting that volatility expansion with the dump, and you're going to be pointing down as long as you're closing below $68. Monthly is now contracting in volatility with momentum pointing up, telling you it's likely going to be a lower high, and you're going to be pointing down pointed up as long as you're above 38.17. And very likely that retest of that 9 EMA was it, because we have a fresh silver cross. Then that was a no-brainer short. Fresh silver cross, and these stocks love to play by the book. You just went right up to the 9 EMA, two tests of 9 EMA, rejections. Now you likely dump from here. I wish this thing was on BTCC. 2 week is also pointing to the upside. Volatility is contracting, telling you it's likely going to be a lower high. And confirmation for that lower high being in is going to be a close below 41.65. This is kind of looking like a bear flag too. One of the stair step up, elevator down moves. You got it right here. Stair step up, elevator down. Weekly is also positioned to the upside, although it's very close to turning down. You can see the curvature starting to curve to the downside, and it was pointed up while volatility was resetting. And now momentum will flip down if we can close in 3 hours below 44.18, which we are below at the moment. 5 days, well, flip to the upside with volatility contracting, telling you likely higher low, and lower high, and we're going to be pointing down below $43. And we're about to lose all of our major EMAs as well. 2 days freshly flipped to the downside with volatility very close to going into an expansion phase, and we were also rejecting the bullish control zone, getting back into the bearish control zone, and we were flipped down as long as we closed below 44.22. Where did my AirPod go? It just fell out of my ear. Oh, there we go. Daily is also freshly flipped to the downside and with a dope of death, breaking back into the bearish control zone, and we will be flipped down as long as we're closing below 45.45. And 4 hour is now freshly about to flip to the upside, and it will flip up if you can close above 42.57. We got about 36 minutes left to go. Let's go down a little bit. Go to the super to generate time frames. Oh, makes it a lot more likely the 4 hour is going to remain to the downside because the 30-minute is heavily flipped down, and it's closing in 5 minutes, about 6 minutes. and it will remain to the downside as long as you're closing below 44.38. That will remain 4 hour to the downside, and then daily would likely remain to the downside, all bleeding into the higher time frames, which are very, very bearish. All right, now, so on the high time frames, this thing is looking like dog shit. Like to put it bluntly, it's looking terrible. There is some possibility of a Quasimodo bastardized inverse head and shoulders here, although I wouldn't count on it because the monthly and the quarterly is in a heavy downturn, and the trend is your friend. Doesn't matter what Jesus toast pattern you have. If the trend is down and volatility is expanding with momentum down, it's probably not going to play out. And right now, based on the HPDR, it kind of looks like the bearish retests are in, considering we've lost at 38.2% on multiple time frames. We've gotten the bearish retest of the 38.2%, and now we're getting dumps from it. And momentum on the 6 month is freshly flipping to the downside. It's been flipped up since about July of 2021. This is the first time in 4 years that momentum is flipping to the downside. That's very significant. The last time momentum freshly flipped to the downside was in 2011, and I saw a dump of about, let's see, from wick high. Fuck. About 35% to the downside. That's pretty good. Take 35% from this wick high. Oh, it's already in. Interesting. Let's do this one. This one is more similar. Because we were in a similar zone on momentum, so this one's more similar. This one was an uninterrupted move of about 41%. We got a little bit of a bounce, and then 91%. So let's take 41% from this wick high, or 40%. So basically, the local bottom before the bearish retest would be, and if we do the similar type of move here. So how much of a bounce do we get? Let's measure that out. We got a bounce from wick low, 51%, not bad. Let's just take this 50%. That'd just be a bearish retest of our 21 EMA after closing below it. And this is a 6 month time frame, so that if we do get that bearish retest, it would probably be like a year and a half before it even happens. But yeah, to wrap it up, this thing is looking very bearish in the high time frames. Trends are all to the downside. You're getting hidden bearish divergences forming across the board. The quarterly has volatility freshly going into an expansion phase with momentum flipped to the downside. 6 month momentum is freshly flipped to the downside. Monthly momentum is currently flipped up, but volatility is contracting, and you have a fresh slip across to the downside. And now it's kind of looking like the bearish retest is in, because you're just getting a rejection of your monthly 9 EMA on that silver cross to the downside. And every single time frame below there, except for your very low time frames, are currently flipped down. And based on the low time frames, which are currently flipped down, kind of looks like the local top is in, and the low time frames are not going to flip down too, because the 30-minute is flipped heavily to the downside, making it very likely that the 4 hour is going to remain to the downside, and that the daily is also going to remain to the downside and break into the bearish control zone. The invalidation on all of this is on the bearishness is going to be either to get a tick above $77.13. Actually,
Good luck with that.
Yeah, get a tick above $77 and what was it, $77.13, or a weekly close over $57. Either one of those two things. Don't think that's going to happen, though. I think this is putting in the bearish retest, and I think it's going to dump from here and break these $9 lows and probably eventually go to zero.
It certainly looked like it. Let's do Bonk, Alex. The fucking meme coin. Jesus Christ. I guess it's pumping. It's fucking shit. It's been on a downtrend forever. Damn.
I hope whoever suggested this is shorting it.
I hope so. April 11th. Wow. Ok. Estamos viendo Oxy, que es Occidental Petroleum. Es una empresa, obviamente, ¿de qué creen, no? De energía. El máximo que logró fue en el 2011. Justamente acá en los, déjenme, no los pendejeo, $113.08. Desde entonces ha estado en una clara tendencia bajista, haciendo altos más bajos, altos más bajos, altos más bajos, altos más bajos. Y continuamos con lo mismo después de haber tenido esta gran caída en el 2020. Obviamente, 2019, 2020, cuando el petróleo llegó a estar en precios negativos, cayó a niveles que no habíamos visto desde el 98 al 93. Impresionante. Me atrevería personalmente acá, ahí, a poner una línea meme. Y la razón por qué es porque yo creo que eso va a ser revisitado y probablemente los mínimos. Porque no es como que el petróleo simplemente ha estado cayendo como esto. O sea, si lo comparáramos, no tendría nada que ver. Pero bueno, vamos así tal cual, ¿no? Altos, altos más bajos, lo pueden ver. Rompimos todos los bajos más bajos acá. Y ahora estamos a punto de lo que parece regresar a retestear el S&P 200 en los $33. Y esa podría ser o el final del movimiento bajista acá, creando un bajo más alto que el de acá, y eso podría catapultarnos a un nuevo alto, pero por ahora estamos en modo bajista de a madre, y sobre todo volatilidad está a punto de expandir en la trimestral con divergencias bajistas, literalmente en 40%. El cierre de esta vela, todavía faltan 2 meses y 13 días, pero si se llega a dar por debajo de básicamente, ¿qué era? Los $56, está sentenciado a esto dar expansión ahí. Mensual, vamos a ver dónde está la mensual parada en el HPDR, creo que es importante. En verdad no estamos tan abajo, y esa es la cosa. Venimos del 88.3% a ser rechazados en la parte alta de la zona azul. Cuando estás siendo rechazado en la parte alta de la zona azul, además de tener un cruce plateado a la baja, ¿qué es lo que indica un cruce plateado a la baja? En la mensual, tíos, con volatilidad apuntando para abajo también y momentum también, que dice que tu retesteo del promedio del 9, que es esta línea azul que viene acá, debería ser tomada como una oportunidad para hacerle corto. Y parece ser que hubiera sido perfecto quien lo haya hecho acá en los 45. Bueno, estás apenas en 43, no son movimientos tan grandes, es una acción a fin de cuentas. Cualquier oportunidad de entrar en este short sería en los $45 para que lo vayan armando quien esté interesado en esto, y te vas a querer llevar estos 34 a la baja como objetivo. Eso debería de ser lo que estás buscando. 2 semanas también tienes volatilidad contrayendo, todo bajista, y estás en esto por arriba de la zona azul. Y eso es lo que te debería de dar la pauta de a dónde vas. Porque si te está rechazando el 88.3% y estás volviendo a entrar y vuelves a caer debajo de los 40.68, eso te va a dar un objetivo mínimo de 35, rompiendo este mínimo y continuando la tendencia para abajo. Tienes un cruce plateado a la baja también acá. El promedio del 9 normalmente es una oportunidad de retesteo. Ahora eres alcista y deberías de poder aguantar estos $42. 42, quieres cerrar esta vela en 2 horas y 5 minutos, donde estás ahorita, para poder mínimo tener un buen rebote y que no sea el fin de todo, pero no se ve tan chido, digamos. Volatilidad también contrayendo en este movimiento. Estamos literalmente, si habíamos visto lo que pasaba en la de 2 semanas y ahora en la semanal, vamos a ir definitivamente a romper estos 42 a la baja. Estamos por debajo de todos nuestros promedios y básicamente nuestro objetivo a romper, si somos bajistas, son los 42.95, los 43, perdón. Y con ello nos iríamos tranquilamente una vez más a los 37, y de ahí nos gustaría llevarnos este mínimo en 34. Diaria. Este S&P 200 tan hermoso ahí parado, ¿no? Que viene desde acá atrás. Ahora, la diaria ya fue a la parte baja de la zona azul a retestar el promedio del 9 y ya está siendo rechazada. Objetivo a perder 42.93. Esa zona de los 42.93 suena que es definitivamente la zona a buscar. Ahora, ha estado engañando un poco esto. Denme un segundo. ¿Por qué? Porque en la diaria parecería que estás en una tendencia alcista, ¿no? Pero si te llegas a llevar, justo, esto es lo que yo pondría para confirmar tu breakdown. Si llegas a subir acá los 46.93, esa sería la oportunidad perfecta para hacer un reshorteo, ¿no? Y aparte sería un alto más bajo que este. Te llevas este alto, tal vez vayas a los $49 y ahí rechazar. Pero por ahora, definitivamente esto viene tal cual. No tienes que ser un genio para poder verlo. Y este triangulillo va a cerrar. Una vez que este triangulillo cierre, el movimiento, sea a la alza o a la baja, te lo va a dar y va a ser agresivo. Le damos más preferencia a la baja. Ahora, estamos mal si esto empieza a cerrar por encima de los... Básicamente, tienes que irte hasta los $70 y no tiene cara de hacerlo. O cierres semanales arriba de 60. Ahí lo tienes. Oxy, muy bajista, muy bajista. Bunk es next. Un segundo para encontrar Bunk. Que es una meme moneda. Bunk.
Nice. Okay, perfect.
This is bonkers. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, could be
Couldn't
bonkers.
help it.
That was
Couldn't
good.
help it.
Okay, let me just. Nice, sorry about that. Nice, let's check out Bonk. The Bitcoin pairing is looking quite interesting to me. You're right at resistance. Nice epic move up so far, but you know, the Bonk versus Bitcoin pairing is going to be important because we want to see, I can't even say this number. I'm just going to say the end of it, 229 hold. It's going to be quite important to see 229 hold be flipped into solid support that's just shown here on this 10-day chart. You see the EMA 34 holding us down. We're within a range. If you can't close above 2952, very easily you can come down, retest, higher low, and then break out. Overall, this chart's looking good. You're just caught up within major resistance, and you don't want to disregard that. You haven't had any major close above this EMA 34. So if it wants to be dirty, it definitely can come and retest this zone again. So that's the Bitcoin pairing. Let's see now this, and a very easy chart across the board. I mean, minimal data, but it's just enough to really see the range, in my opinion. 4005 is resistance. We have a mid-range at 2514, and then here the bottom side at 961. So again, just plays into my idea. Very well can play within this range. Maybe we see that 10-day EMA9 move up, actually get the retest of it. That would be very bullish and actually quite healthy. We just end up going up, green dildoing up, you know, and not getting any pullbacks. I mean, that just is looking like what's always occurred, and that's not good. You want to start seeing structure form within this range. The more you range, the better it becomes because it really does solidify this being support. Whereas in these environments here, you'd get a nice move, but then you couldn't solidify this into support and actually expand from it. Clean that up. Just throw the 55 on now. And this is important because what you have is the 9 crossing the 21 on the 10-day. And you're potentially brewing a silver cross here to the upside. The first one ever on the 10-day. You already see here the 5 days more primed. And you actually have I believe you only had a downside setup. Could be wrong now, let's see. Yeah, I am wrong here. You had the 9 and the 21 cross in sequence, leading to a pretty nice move up. On that retest, yeah, that was a 148% move. Here you see you had it to the downside. Didn't even get a retest up until this point, so we'll just count it from there. Wow, 35% move. So, you know, you haven't even gotten across yet, but that still tells you that still can't afford a pullback. Hoping would be to see that 5-day 9 move up towards the meme line. Check the daily now. Yeah, so daily hit resistance. You're coming down. I'd be gauging the daily EMA 9. You already have a daily silver cross there, so you should be gauging that. That should provide some kind of bounce, in my opinion. The daily EMA9. You see here, if you don't hold the 9, you go to the 21. The idea is that you're just going to flip these wick highs into support. You haven't even really... No, you reclaimed, you expanded. So this has proven to you that this is support. So any move down to that 2482 level should be a solid spot to start looking for positioning, because you can at least have an easy invalidation. You have here the last major higher low. If you get any kind of daily close under support, that should lead you down to at least the 34. But in my opinion, then I do think you're just going to test the SMA 200, which should hold. If you're going to be bullish, that should be the extremity low. 961. Yeah, weekly is actually about to silver cross too, to the upside. Unconfirmed though. All these are unconfirmed, so it's just going to be important to be watching that moving forward. Playing the daily, and even the 2-day has one, so still tells you though pullback is more likely. It is bullish though. It is looking bullish, but you just are at major resistance. I don't see any reason to get too aggressive on this until at minimum you are just holding that 401 level. 4001. Yeah. Basically 4. Just use this wick high. If you start really flipping this into support, I do think you'll open up and move up to that 4.7 region. And you can just play level to level. That's why these coins, when they're super bullish, it's easy because you can just play them level to level, up and then down. Oh, you lost it. Cool. Let's go to the next area. Short that. Sweet. All right, cool. You reclaimed it. Let's just long this. Sweet. It's just like me that simple. So, you hit the top side of the range, you should go to the bottom side. You have a silver cross telling you that, and just other things. So just be mindful of that. You are at essentially the extreme levels on the HBDR. You do see that this is telling you that this can afford a pullback. Let's check the daily. See where that 38.2% is. I'll look at that. Perfect confluence, maybe a bounce, bullish retest, and then a breakout. Then you also get volatility maybe resetting here on the daily, giving you a new setup. So easy chart to understand, really. More so or not, you're watching a pullback. You're gauging the daily EMA 21 for the extremity low. Mentally note that the daily 9 hasn't been hit yet, and last time we did hit was on July 12th, and that led to a very nice bottom before a big move. You can use July 12th low as essentially at the higher low. So if you're going to be playing that daily EMA 21, you can just have your stop here, long around here. In theory, this should just be the bullish retest before going up to the high again.
Very, very nice, senor. Oh my God. I want to sneeze so bad and I can't. Okay. Very easy with the bunkster. What was I going to say? All right. Celsius is next and we can call it a day with that bullshit.
Perfect.
Oh, the most disgusting energy drink of all time.
You said it. I didn't. All right. Aquí estamos. Bonk. Esto es una moneda meme. Me parece que es en Solana, si no estoy equivocado. Pero honestamente no tengo ni puta idea. No me acuerdo exactamente de dónde salió Bonk o cuándo. Pero es una moneda meme. Lo que habíamos visto antes, habíamos tenido esta tendencia alcista bastante clara. Y se las voy a poner acá para que la puedan ver. Donde está haciendo mínimos más altos, mínimos más altos, mínimos más altos, hasta acá, ¿no? Y aparte de esto, tal vez los altos no son más altos, pero pues puedes ver aquí básicamente lo que te dio el breakout original, ¿no? Que fue esto. Básicamente, una vez que rompiste esto, tienes el movimiento a la alza, boom, explosión, te lleva hasta acá arriba. De ahí, desde el noviembre del 2024, básicamente junto con el resto del mercado de cripto, había hecho su tope, su alto local en .0060 y vamos a ver, 62.30. Y de ahí tuvo una tendencia bajista con altos más bajos, bajos más bajos, bajos más bajos. Y estos fueron bajos más bajos que todos. O sea, este literalmente es el bajo más bajo de toda la tabla. ¿Ok? De ahí, lo que tienes es otra vez una repetición de esta zona, es lo que parece. Empiezas a crear tendencia alcista, empiezas a romper resistencia que había roto antes justamente en esta zona del punto 20, bueno, punto 0, no sé cuántos, 25. Y una vez que rompes acá, puedes ver que el precio, cada que tienes cierres por encima de esta línea, te lleva mínimo a esta línea de puntos. Esta línea de puntos está en 36.77. Ahora, tenemos ya nuestro rechazo y estamos acá. El poder estar acá no garantiza nada, lo puedes ver por encima de esta línea morada. Nada, nada, nada. Lo que nos va a garantizar un mejor spot, tener un cierre por encima de esta. Un cierre por encima de esta línea nos debería llevar mínimo acá, a los 40, al punto 45. 0,45. Es donde te debería de llevar. Y hay muy pocos datos. Esto es una tabla semanal. Voy a ponerme la diaria para acercar un poco más la cosa y ver que nuestra ruptura fue el SMA 200, que fue la resistencia antes. Ahora, esto para mí es importantísimo porque esto tiene que ser retesteado y estas monedas se mueven muy agresivamente. Primera oportunidad de entrada en largo va a ser por acá abajo, en esta línea meme en punto 29.39. Y de perderla, tu siguiente entrada está aquí abajo. Y estos son números gigantes para la gente que lo esté viendo. Es por eso que es tan difícil tradear monedas meme, porque se mueven tantitito lo que parecen números chiquitos y es 15%, cabrón. Por ahora, Bonk está en esta postura alcista, está haciendo bajos, bajos más altos y está haciendo altos, altos más altos. Y lo que probablemente va a necesitar es una consolidación. ¿Por qué? Porque estás acá en extremos, pero si pongo volatilidad puede llegar a extremos, pintar extremos y quedarse en extremos por un rato, aunque no parece ser el caso en este momento. La volatilidad está apuntando para abajo. Vamos a la de 3 días rápido, a ver si nos enseña algo más. Ahí es donde tenemos nuestra volatilidad expandiendo y todavía tiene camino. Ahora, en la de 3 días, nuestro alto sería el punto 4024, o sea, punto 0.0004024, y eso coincide con este alto. Por ahora, lo ideal para cualquier miembro de la comunidad de Boink va a ser poder básicamente consolidar acá en esta zona, dar un zarpazo para acá, empezar a cerrar. Esto es lo que todos quieren. Eres alcista en Bonk, quieres empezar a cerrar arriba del punto 36.77. Y esto te va a llevar mínimo al punto 45 y si empiezas a cerrar por acá, altos históricos. Todo esto está mal. Y ahora, la invalidación de esto es una mamada, para que lo sepas, es básicamente aquí abajo, el 11.42. ¿Por qué? Porque esa es la zona donde se agarró la última vez para hacer el alto, el bajo más alto, y de ahí explotó a la alza. Si llegas a llevarte esto, se acabó. Tu primera llamada va a ser esta. Si pierdes esta zona, que también fue una zona que fue resistencia, esta sería mi zona de entrada ideal, el 24.98. No tienes una invalidación en corta, tienes que sacar un porcentaje tú mental y decir estoy dispuesto a perder tanto si estoy mal y esto puede rebotar, pero también puede caer más, tomar una tomada de liquidez y hacer eso. Es por eso que es muy peligroso tradear estas monedas. Pero por ahora se ve alcista. Definitivamente te llevaste estos máximos y ahora tu siguiente objetivo va a ser literalmente este 45. Ahí va. O sea, a corto plazo, temporalidad es alcista. Simplemente es difícil poder medir dónde corrige y dónde no, porque los movimientos son demasiado fuertes, demasiado volátiles. Y también los números son difíciles de entender con estos puntos ceros y la verga. Así que ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Vamos con Celsius para cerrar esta mamada. A ver qué nos enseña Farhan.
Alrighty.
Oh, there you are, señor.
Celsius Holdings. I find it very funny whenever people put like their company names as like holdings or financial or some shit like that.
I love making fun of that. I used to open companies that sounded so big. But as a joke,
Something
unfortunately,
financial.
no one got it.
That's why the first group chat I made on WhatsApp, I called it Retard Capital.
Yeah, that's also another one. There's so many capital out there. So many fucking people out there that use their name, last name, and throw the capital in there, and they're trading meme coins.
Yeah. That's why I made Retard Capital to make fun of that. Hilarious. So let's start with 6 months is good. So bi-yearly has now officially reclaimed this bottom 38.2% after being away from it for quite a long time, away from it since 2021. The last time that we reclaimed the bottom 38.2%, or reclaimed 38.2% in general, was right over here. After a long period of sideways and consolidation, we went sideways for about 2 years, and then you got some insane busting action to straight up to the 100%. Right now, we have reclaimed that 38.2%, and we're holding our 5 EMA on a throwback to it. And as long as we are holding this 5 EMA, you could even come all the way down to this 38.2%. But as long as we're holding this area, probabilities are higher than not that you're going to go at the very least to the median, if not the top 38.2%. Right now, the median is a significant move up. The median is about 69% higher than where we are right now. Very nice number, beautiful number. And the 38.2% is like 360% higher than where we are right now. That's a great setup. But this is the 6 month chart, so it will take quite a good amount of time to play out. Like the odds are high that it will hit the 38.2%, but it might not do it for 2 or 3 years because it's a 6 month chart. And that move to the downside of that 38.2% is like 23% down. So you might want to watch the leverage if you're playing this setup. Right now, momentum on the 6 month is very close to flipping back up, and it's putting in hidden bullish divergence by taking out these lows. You need to get a close over $47.24, and then that will confirm. Monthly right now is still below the 38.2%. Getting a rejection of adapted. Let's see. No, we haven't quite tapped it yet. We're kind of front running it, but we have closed over all of our major EMAs, which is putting more points inside of the bulls. Momentum on the quarterly has already flipped back up, getting over the moving average, getting back out of the bearish control zone while volatility is starting to reset. And we have a God mode sell signal in the background. On the quarterly, what will be enough for me to call it that new all-time highs are coming relatively soon. I say relatively because it's a quarterly chart. That will be with a close over about $50, $49.30. 6 months has already done it, so 6 months is already telling you that the quarterly will likely do it as well. Monthly is now flipped back up into the bullish control zone. Okay, we got a monthly close over our 38.2% as well. Last time we got a monthly close over the 38.2%, we went up to the 61.8%, again to the 61.8%. This time around, 38.2. This time we went all the way up to the 88.3. Actually tapped 95%. The 88.3 right now sits at somewhere around 109. 95% is at about like 145. Significantly new all-time highs. Why does this thing look so bullish when the drink is so shit? Makes no
Wish I
sense.
knew. Maybe they're getting a deal with Coca-Cola or something.
Are they not owned by like a bigger?
I have no
company?
idea. I can't really comment on that. No clue.
2 week is currently positioned to the downside of momentum. Volatility is contracting, telling you it's likely going to be a higher low, and now you're putting in possible hidden bullish divergence. And you need a close over 47.69 to confirm it. It's a very nice number. And now the jewel has given you an awesome cross with the pink crossing above the yellow in the bearish control zone. That's looking quite nice. You just need one more close over this 38.2%, and then a retest of it, and then you're likely going to go from there to somewhere around $60. Is Celsius on BTCC?
Let me see. I'll tell you right now. Give me 1 second.
Weekly is also now freshly positioned to the downside with volatility going into a contraction phase, and likely going to be a higher low. And at this moment, it's very likely that the higher low is already in because we've tapped at 38.2%. We're just waiting for the close, and we want to see this close over the 5 EMA. That would be a deviation of the 5 EMA, and basically what we need to run up to the 60s. If we do continue to see a move down from here, I'd be looking for somewhere around that 100 at around $40 flat, $40. 5 days now starting to flip back up, getting into the bullish control zone, getting more on the side of the local bottom is in, with volatility expanding now. And we do same idea as the weekly. You want to see to hold the 5. 2 days now starting to look quite constructive. Holding the bottom 38.2%, putting in possible hidden bullish divergence with volatility going into an expansion phase. We just want to see a close over our 5 EMA, preferably close over the median, and that will take us towards the stop 38.2% at around $50, inching towards our $60 target. Right now, what's going to be significant resistance, and this median is going to rise, is going to be right around that 200 SMA. It would be ideal to see the median and the 200 line right up. Getting close over both of them will likely take you to those new all-time highs around $60. Let's see if it's one of our HPDR levels. It's around the 78.6% that we topped out right over here. $60, 78.6. You can borrow my slippers if you want.
Thank you.
I was talking to Alex.
Oh,
But you
fuck
too.
Fuck
You
you
also-
then. No,
you
no,
can
no,
also
no. Fuck
borrow
you. I
my
don't want your
slippers.
slippers. No, I don't want your slippers anymore.
you can borrow my Dragon Ball Z ones. Those are my favorite ones.
There you go. All right. That's a pretty good deal. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Daily is now starting to firstly flip down on momentum. Volatility is in an expansion phase. We want to see a close over this candle's wick high, and that will confirm this is a local bottom. And then we from there, we will at the very least tap $50 for that top 38.2%. But we haven't gotten the close yet. It's in about 2.5 hours. Kind of seems like it's a formality to get it, but we shouldn't front run it and wait for that close. And that will confirm hidden bullish divergence on the daily as well if we can get a close over that level. 4 hours also starting to flip back up on momentum. Volatility is in a contraction phase. If we can get a close over this wick high, which is about like $46, that's what's going to take volatility into expansion. Actually, not even a close, just a take over this area will likely start expanding on volatility. On a closing basis would be the median. We can close over that $45, $50 area, $45.50 area for the median. That's what also will likely give you your volatility expansion towards $60.
Yeah, open anyway.
Yeah, open that shit. I just had a brain fart. It was
What do you need?
yeah, Celsius. Okay. Volatility, it's from the same exact place where we initially got that breakout, but this time momentum is to the downside. And that's quite a head and shoulders. Let's see. I'm pretty sure this is going to be a negative number.
Negative.
Yeah, negative. They're going to pay you $20 or $40 to hold every share of Celsius. They should pay you $40 for in compensation for every one of their cans you drink. We still have a higher low though, so it's possible to put in hidden bullish divergence. And you would need a close over 47.24 to confirm that. Monthly up, pivoted very, priced very highly above the pivot. Volatility is resetting back to approaching extreme lows, but this thing doesn't like to really go to extreme lows. We get the expansion from somewhere around this 30% zone. The only time we saw expansion from extreme lows was before it initially took off and it was just going sideways at this point. Ever since I don't want to call it a bull market, but since the hype started taking off on their drinks, it has never gone down that low again in volatility. So this would be the area where we would expect to see the volatility expand. And right now, momentum is pointing up as long as we're closing over $23. And the monthly is now in a freshly switched into an uptrend after taking out our previous lower high. Somewhere around $60 seems pretty imminent. 2-week also freshly flipped to the upside as long as you're closing over 44.16. Weekly is currently flipped down with volatility expansion. However, it's very close to flipping up, and it will flip up if you can close over 45.90. You got about 2.5 hours for that to happen. And as of right now, you are still holding your 5 EMA. And when, the 5 EMA is the one that if it continues to hold, the trend is very strongly to the upside. 5-day as well is currently flipped down. It will flip up if you can close over 46.51. This one seems a little bit less likely to happen today. 2-day is also flipped down with volatility now back at extreme lows at 5%, and you will be flipped down as long as you're closing below 46.73. Daily is now just starting to expand from many periods of 0% volatility. You're now sitting at 2%. We need to. I don't have the statistics back us for this one, but the area from expansion would be about that 15% zone. But I wouldn't be able to tell you what the average move is or what the average loss is because I have not looked into it, and that will take a good amount of time, and we don't have that on. I'm pretty sure you don't want to sit here for 45 minutes for me to give you the statistics on this. So
absolutely.
But we are currently pointed to the downside on momentum breaking into the bearish control zone, and we will be pointed down as long as we're closing below 45.50. The last time we had this volatility expansion from 2 periods of 0%, we got a move to the downside, but then it ended up firing off to the upside. We got a move down of about 9%, followed by a massive pump. So that is the same, and we pointed down. The difference from here between this one when we got volatility expansion is that momentum was flipping down from much higher, so there was a lot more room for it to go down. As of right now, we're already in the bearish control zone, so it's a lot more to the bullish side, even though the momentum is flipping down. And on this next open, we're projected to be right at the edge of the bearish control zone. Likely pivot goes down at that point too. I am on the side that this volatility expansion will happen to the upside. 4 hours currently just about to flip up as well, and it will flip up if you can close over 44.13. And 2 hours already flipped up, and it will remain up as long as you're closing over 43.92, making it a lot more likely that 4 hours is going to flip up, which will then bleed into the daily, and then the daily will give you that volatility expansion, and you'll get your next busting action move. On the higher time frames, this thing is starting to look quite bullish. Although it's true, it does have a head and shoulders. I'm of the opinion that this head and shoulders is going to be a trap, especially since it gives you a negative number. And momentum is putting in hidden bullish divergence on the quarterly. We've reversed the trend into an uptrend on the high time frames now by taking out the previous lower high. We have hidden bullish divergences basically across the board, and momentum has flipped up from very low levels on the high time frames as well. Seeing momentum flip up from the critical zone in the on a monthly time frame is huge, because that tells you have a lot of room to run to go up towards the bullish control zone. And you've taken out these previous lows while making a higher low, giving you hidden bullish divergence. All the way down to the lower time frames, the only the momentum is up. The only ones that it's currently down is the daily, but based on your really low time frames, like the 2 hour, which is already flipped up, which is going to bleed into the 4 hour, flipping the 4 hour up, then that'll eventually flip the daily up because we're already pretty close to the pivot. And then we're very likely to get that volatility expansion. And if for targets to the upside, we would be looking at somewhere around $60 for our first level. First, very likely we get some type of reaction there, maybe some type of pullback consolidation. And then eventually I'm looking for this thing to go back towards somewhere around like 75 to 80-ish dollars. The invalidation on all of this is either getting a tick below Let's see what we could use.
Don't say
Either
$22.
a tick below $32.36, or a weekly close below the 100
What?
EMA, or
Oh.
about $40. Either one of those, and then I'm going to be more of the opinion that this is going to get another pullback, very likely retesting these lows, and at that point we probably will break them. But I don't think that's going to happen. I think we're probably going to be testing somewhere around $60, maybe a little bit of a pullback in that zone, and then upwards towards the 70s to 80s. This thing looks very bullish in high time frames.
So what you're saying is you're going to buy some Celsius after this live stream and just enjoy it.
Oh, absolutely not.
Excellent. Fucking excellent. Well, boys.
I'd rather drink Alex's spit water.
Wow, that's really gay. But I'm glad we got it here. For
Yeah,
everybody
very
to listen.
specific.
Very specifically gay drink. But hey, listen, Farhan, we're not
That's-
here to judge you.
That
Dude.
that just goes to show you how disgusting Celsius is. If I had to choose between the two, I'd rather have that one.
You even went all the way to that side and say, I'd rather have that than that fucking piece of shit drink. I mean, you're making a point. You're making
you blush fine. Thank you.
Yeah, as you should. Is there anything else you boys want to say before you retire into your sexy weekend?
Nope.
Nothing for me, really. Just watch the Discord, boys. Watch the trading alerts, and yeah, I'll see you on the next one.
Nice. Well, stay away from spitting on each other's drinks, boys. I'll see you later. Have a good one.
Hasta luego, muchachos.
Thank you. Thank you. Ok. Vamos a ver Celsius rápidamente, damas y caballeros. Ok, estamos viendo. Ok. Siempre digo ok, todo esto. Cállate, Alejandro, por el amor de Dios. Hazle como los güeyes que te dicen en Twitter. Y cállate, güey, ¿tú qué sabes? Ya me voy a callar, es lo que necesito hacer. Celsius salió al mercado en el 2007, que por cierto, siempre que veo esta tabla digo, ¿cómo es posible que no haya sabido de Celsius hasta el 2022? Pero en el 2007 salió, así que hay muchísima información. Por ahora, en la trimestral, estamos teniendo divergencias alcistas y también momentum apuntando para arriba. Otra cosa que vale la pena notar es volatilidad está bajando a los puntos más bajos que lo ha hecho en toda la historia, lo que está preparando un movimiento bastante agresivo en Celsius, sobre todo considerando que es la trimestral. Voy rápido a la de 6 meses porque también me parece que es bastante alcista. Efectivamente, en la de 6 meses puedes ver literalmente cómo el promedio del 9 está en los 40. 40 va a ser un número muy importante, apréndanselo de una vez. Y también la otra cosa que vamos a mencionar es la volatilidad, la lectura de volatilidad más baja de toda la historia en la tabla de 6 meses. Alcista, damas y caballeros, ¿ok? Lo que parece que está pasando acá fuimos para arriba, hicimos esta vela topera, tuvimos follow through engañándonos, nos apoyamos en el 21, rebotamos con fuerza y regresamos encima del 9. Cualquier entrada importante, y ahora tienes que poner mucha atención acá, una vez más, va a ser los 40, a la alza. Perder esa zona va a ser bajista. Quedarte en los 40 y rebotar va a ser muy alcista, ¿ok? Ya lo vieron en la trimestral, ya lo vieron en la mensual, también estamos por encima de nuestros promedios y Celsius también está preparando un setup de volatilidad con volatilidad contrayendo. No el más bajo de toda la historia, pero pues ahí va para abajo. Más allá de eso, tenemos estructura alcista. Habíamos hecho estos mínimos antes. Rápido voy a quitar esto. Habíamos tenido estos mínimos y claramente pueden ver estos mínimos acá, cómo vamos creando mínimos más altos. Que sigue después de un alto, tienes que tener un bajo más alto y después continuación, por lo que creemos y teníamos ya esto puesto acá, que esta va a ser la zona de oportunidad ideal para poder agregar a tu posición de Celsius en los $40. ¿Por qué? Porque esto literalmente fue resistencia antes y lo ha sido por mucho tiempo. Y una vez que lo rompimos, nos llevó a altos históricos. Esto ya está roto. Estamos aquí arriba de esta zona. Esta zona nos ha llevado siempre sin falla. Podríamos decir a los 57, que sería nuestro siguiente objetivo dentro de esto. Pero además de eso, tenemos todos nuestros promedios bien abajo. Estamos empezando a voltear el 9. Una vez que el 9 pase el 55, el 34 y el 21, va a tener muchísima fuerza el precio para seguir empujando a la alza. Eso nos indicará la fuerza que lleva. 2 semanas, una vez más, momentum apuntando para arriba en todas las direcciones, en todas las temporalidades. Tenemos 2 semanas, tenemos básicamente justamente la zona del breakout, que es la que esperamos el retesteo, que es arribita de los 39.79, casi los $40. Una vez más, ahí es donde esperaríamos, después de hacer un alto, hacer un bajo más alto acá y darte para arriba a buscar esos $60 prometidos. Por ahora, denme un segundo, no sé qué hice, perfecto, estábamos en la de 2 semanas. Ahí estamos. Vamos a la semanal. Semanal tienes expansión de volatilidad ante esto, que literalmente se dio como una vueltecita culera y no está haciendo nada. Pero la primera original, la expansión original fue esta. Y esa expansión nos dio un 13%, nada mal para una acción en una tabla semanal con muy poco movimiento en volatilidad. Excelente. Ahora, una vez más, primera oportunidad de entrada son los 42.38, que es donde está nuestro promedio del 9. Lo pueden ver ahí abajo, es el azul. Y el promedio del 100, una vez más, 41.100. El 100 había sido resistencia hasta acá. No va a ser nada ridículo venir a retestearlo. Y el 100 te va a quedar entre los 41 y $40. Aquí es donde vas a querer estar atento para rebote de acción fuerte. La diaria. Diaria. Lo mismo, básicamente. Lo mismo. Ahorita lo ideal es que te aguante el 34. Si te aguanta el 34 en la diaria, ya tienes tu alto, ya tienes tu mínimo y rompiendo. Si eres más alcista y quieres ya irte al cielo, porque ya tienes tu bolsas ya tienes tu inversión solidificada en esto. Lo único que necesitas es cerrar por encima del promedio del 9 en los 45.19. De poder lograr eso, tu siguiente objetivo va a ser este máximo en 47.69, porque después, una vez más, mínimo, alto más alto, ¿no? Que el pasado. Mínimo más alto, alto más alto. Mínimo más alto, alto más alto. Mínimo más alto, alto más alto. Mínimo más alto puede que ya estemos adentro acá y lo que queremos romper es esto. De poder romper esto nos va a llevar a un alto más alto. Y ahí lo prometido en esta tabla, poniéndosela sencillo, es aguantando los 40, que es esta línea roja. Voy a eliminar esta de abajo que ya no nos dio la entrada. Aguantando los 40, deberíamos de poder dar continuación hasta los 57, de poder empezar a cerrar por encima de 57, 67 va a ser tu siguiente zona de resistencia, y una vez que rompas 67 puedes hablar de altos históricos una vez más en Celsius. Y en todas las ¿cómo se llama? Las temporalidades, es muy alcista esta chingadera, por lo que creemos que altos históricos no están fuera de fotografía en este momento y simplemente encontramos ya nuestro mínimo más bajo en febrero del 2025 y vamos a ir a buscar estos máximos en $100 una vez más. Ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Eso es Celsius. Vámonos, como de que no. Y ahora, bueno, tengo que prender mis luces para ponerme bonito, brother. Espérame. A ver si esto funciona. No, perfecto. Ok, excelente. ¿Y esto? Tampoco, perfecto. ¿Y esto? Tampoco, excelente. Bueno, felicidades, Alejandro. ¿Por qué no mejor vas, como dicen los del chat, güey, a chingar a tu Mauser? Denme un segundo, tengo aquí también controles en la computadora. Y si no, pues ya no se están perdiendo de nada, no es como que esté hermoso. Aquí estamos. Perfecto, y solo prendió una luz. Este es nuestro set de $2. Por si tienen cualquier pregunta de esto. Ahí lo tienen. Es sí, es sencillo. Celsius muy alcista. Bitcoin vamos a estar esperando. Ahí está esta chingadera. ¿Qué está pasando? Bitcoin simplemente estamos viendo si nuestros cortos, no creo que haya dado la entrada de los 118.500 todavía. Y si no la ha dado, eso nos indica que probablemente nos la está jugando Bitcoin. Vamos a ver. ¿Ya nos la dio o no? No, pon la diaria, güey. ¿Cuál fue el bajo más bajo? Esta vela, low. 117.331 y el alto, sí, fueron los 120.918. Estamos jugando ese juego peligroso. Vamos a ver a la de hora. 1, 2. Este sería el tercer cierre por debajo del SMA 200. Este puede ser la vela que nos lleve para abajo, a menos de que esta vela se ponga las pilas y nos dé nuestra entrada acá arriba. Y lo está jugando esto para hacerle el bait a los longs. Güey, métete en long, brother, nos vamos al cielo. Y al mismo tiempo está baiteando a los shorts. ¿Cómo? Güey, perdimos al SMA 200. esta es la zona que no quieres perder, tienes cierres por debajo. ¿Por qué quiere decir eso? Te vas a meter en long acá, vas a subir acá, vas a decir a huevo, vas a agregar en tu long, te va a bajar, te va a eliminar instantáneamente porque si eres inteligente pusiste bueno, si no eres inteligente, si eres buen trader, pusiste tu stop loss justamente acá y si no, te va a eliminar. Y para la gente que está güey, voy a ser bajista ahorita, voy a hacer un short porque estamos aquí abajo, te va a subir acá, básicamente sacándote de la jugada sacando este tope. Y así es como se mueve Bitcoin. Es muy predatorio el hijo de puta. Pero pues ahí lo tienen. Impresionante lo de las luces de esta chingadera. Ahí están. Vamos a ver si me dejan en paz. Listo. Ok. Quiero aclarar, estoy viendo mucha gente en X comentando lo que les dije esta mañana. Hay un nuevo sistema financiero, damas y caballeros. Este nuevo sistema financiero es blockchain. No va a pasar de la noche a la mañana, tal cual como tomó cuánto tiempo cambiar el cash a dólares digitales y que estuvieran en tu cuenta de banco, tarjetas de crédito y todo eso. Están chavos, no se acuerdan, pero tomó muchísimo tiempo. Y ahora lo que toca es entrar a este mundo de blockchain. Esto no tiene beneficio alguno para las criptomonedas, ninguno, más que para aquellas que sean usadas como puentes de transacciones, ¿ok? Mucha gente está diciendo, ya por eso XRP se va a ir al cielo. Necesitamos que nos digan, más allá del ISO 2000, la chingada, quiero ver bancos. Quiero ver empresas grandes de Estados Unidos anunciar que van a hacer su red en XRP. Lo mismo con Solana, lo mismo con Ethereum. Ethereum es el primero teniendo estos anuncios duros, pero se veía venir porque JP Morgan invirtió en Ethereum en el 2017 y por eso Vitalik quería borrar la historia de Ethereum porque hay bastantes transacciones comprometedoras en esa red. Y lo pueden buscar si creen que estoy mamando. Pongan Vitalik Erase Ethereum History para que no crean que estoy mamando. La otra cosa es, estos bancos, la deuda de Estados Unidos, esto no elimina la deuda de Estados Unidos. Quiero que lo entiendan. Lo que provoca y lo que ayuda a esto y por qué empezó en el 2009, Bitcoin empezó en el 2009, que es básicamente blockchain pública, que la gente se acostumbrara y lo empezara a usar y crear todas las narrativas que crearon alrededor de ello. Es que es mejor para pagos, es mejor para todo esto. Bien. Eso sale en el 2009. En el 2009 también empezamos a acelerar la impresión de dinero en Estados Unidos a un nivel insostenible. Es lo que hemos hecho. Si ves una tabla de la deuda, va así y en el 2009 empieza a ser así y se va hasta arriba hasta el 2025 que estamos hoy. ¿Ok? Estados Unidos busca ¿qué? Poder continuar gastar al mismo nivel que está haciendo. No quiere cambiar nada. Estados Unidos quiere seguir fondeando guerras. Estados Unidos quiere seguir quitando a líderes de otros países. Estados Unidos quiere seguir haciendo las mismas mamadas de siempre. ¿Ok? El pedo que Estados Unidos se estaba encontrando es que otros países ya no quieren comprar la deuda americana. Ya no. Y si no pueden colocar esta deuda americana, los intereses subirían como locos porque nadie la quiere comprar. Tendrías que ofrecer mejores retornos para que la gente la compre, ¿me entiendes? Y eso sería simplemente comprar dólares a un rate mucho más alto. Lo que este Genius Act permite es que empresas gigantes, Google, Amazon, etcétera, Meta, X, puedan crear monedas estables, pero estas monedas estables van a ser creadas y no minteadas de la nada, no las van a sacar de la nada. Tienen que comprar deuda para colateralizar estas monedas. Eso quiere decir que, ¿quién va a comprar la deuda de Estados Unidos para que Estados Unidos pueda seguir gastando? Estados Unidos, a través de sus empresas y a través de sus bancos, en vez de su banco central. JP Morgan Chase, Bank of America y todos ellos. ¿Quieres saber qué monedas van a ganar en esta jugada? Hasta ahorita Ethereum, pero tenemos que ver qué más va a anunciar Bank of America, Wells Fargo, Citibank, y también todos los major los exchanges de acciones, como Robinhood, que también está montado en esa L2 de Ethereum Arbitrum. Y eso es lo que está ayudando a Ethereum a tener este zampompazo. Ese es el nuevo paradigma de todo. Ese tipo de monedas, por supuesto, van a ser las buenas para adelante. Todo lo demás va a desaparecer. No Bitcoin, pero todo lo demás que no tenga uso para el sistema financiero va a desaparecer. Y una vez más, esto no soluciona y no borra la deuda. Lo que esto hace es crea compradores de deuda para Estados Unidos, para que Estados Unidos pueda continuar para adelante haciendo lo que ha hecho. Y quiero recordarles, porque todo el mundo cree que eso va a causar hiperinflación. No. Estados Unidos, a menos de que imprimamos 40% del dinero total que existe en el mundo, de la noche a la mañana, como en el 2020, la inflación que ha creado Estados Unidos es inflación para los ricos a través de todo este tiempo. Yo hice muchísimo dinero entre el 2010 y el 2020 por eso. ¿Por qué? Porque el dinero se está yendo, esa inflación a inmuebles, se está yendo a coches de lujo, a arte. Ahí es donde va esa inflación. En el 2020 tuvimos otro tipo de inflación que fue total y general en todo. Ese es el problema, ¿no? Para todos. Y Estados Unidos del 2010 al 2020 imprimió dinero, tenía intereses muy bajos, continuaba siendo QE1, QE2, QE3, todo eso. Y nadie vio inflación de la noche a la mañana. En realidad, la gente que ahora se preocupa por la inflación acaba de aprender de la inflación hace 9 meses porque Jerome Powell les dijo, y también las noticias, que Donald Trump iba a crear más inflación. O sea, todos vivieron en la mierda. Nadie dijo nada cuando la inflación estaba explotando en el 2020. Nadie. La inflación llegó el 2022, nadie dijo nada, se la comieron entera, todos encantados porque todo valía más, ¿no? También sus coches, sus casas. Y una vez que se salió todo eso del mercado y está todo bajando desde el 2022 o 23 para abajo, que ha estado todo bajando, ya todos están preocupados por inflación, ya que se está yendo. Felicidades. Esto no va a causar más inflación a menos de que haya otra pandemia, que haya una guerra nuclear y que nos tengan que encerrar y darnos 50,000 trillones de dólares. ¿Ok? Esto es muy positivo para el dólar estadounidense. Esto es muy positivo para los bonos americanos. Los intereses van a empezar a bajar porque va a haber mucha demanda por bonos, porque va a ser el colateral que compre Amazon, Meta y todos ellos para poder emitir sus monedas. Y esto es lo que nadie quiere entender. Por alguna razón les cuesta muchísimo trabajo y creen que es una conspiración. Es ley, se llama Genius Act. Genius Act permite que la gente pueda, estas instituciones, sean bancos o empresas gigantescas, sean monitoreadas, sean auditadas cada mes, puedan emitir su propio dinero. Este dinero es emitido de la nada, pero está respaldado por compras de deuda del gobierno americano. También restringimos el uso de otras monedas estables en Estados Unidos que no sean aprobadas por Estados Unidos. Y lo mismo va a pasar en todos los países, en la Unión Europea y todo esto. Y también, si crees, porque pasaron el acto de las anti-CBDCs, y no solo anti-CBDCs, también que te espíen con ellos y todo lo que no, todo eso es palo, solamente para que los tontos crean que se libraron del problema grande que Europa tiene, ¿no? De las CBDCs, Christine Lagarde pareciendo gallina que le metió la cabeza en el culo a una gorda. Eso es marketing para Estados Unidos, para ustedes, para que tengan miedo a las CBDCs, pero las CBDCs original, o sea, si no, las monedas estables son CBDCs, menos que son creadas por la Reserva Federal, son creadas por nuestras empresas, por nuestros bancos, pero son respaldadas con el producto de la Reserva Federal, para que lo entiendas. Es la mejor manera de verlo. Una vez más, no soluciona, la deuda no la borra, lo que soluciona es el problema de quién va a comprar la deuda. Esto hace que todos nuestros compradores en Estados Unidos, bancos gigantescos y también todos nuestros empresas más grandes sean tenedores y compradores de deuda americana. Eso hace que el dólar se fortifique. Esto va a hacer que los intereses bajen. Esto permite al gobierno seguir actuando de la misma forma que fue en los últimos 15 años. No cuentes la pandemia. Ese es el truco que te están jugando para que creas que eso va a pasar. Y ya, es todo lo que es. No tiene nada que ver con cripto. No hay un país que vaya a comprar todo cripto y todas estas cosas que todo el mundo está diciendo. No tiene sentido alguno. Lo irán y seguirán haciendo como lo que han estado haciendo, pero no hay nada en este bill que sea bueno. Esto es más como para espiarnos y literalmente que te dicen no te vamos a espiar. Es el acto antiespía de CBDCs, las monedas estables que nos vieron la cara de pendejos a todos, sobre todo a mí, las montan en blockchain y en blockchain pueden rastrear cada último movimiento de esas monedas. Es muy chistoso, pero ahí lo tienen. Así es como funciona esto de verdad y de nuevo, no gano nada diciéndoles esto, les estoy diciendo hasta cómo hacer dinero con esto y entenderlo. Espero que esto les quede claro porque veo la confusión, los comentarios, me duele la ignorancia, me duele. Creí que había hecho un buen trabajo explicándolo fácil, pero creo que no. No sé cómo explicarlo más fácil. Y ahí los dejo con eso. Gracias a todos, muy feliz viernes, pásensela muy bien. Les mando un fuerte abrazo, cuídense mucho y Graciela por todo, cabrones. Graciela.